Hey guys, tonight we continue once again. And you arrive at the alehouse green with noon pressing the world flat like a warm hand on dough, shadows clipped to the soles of shoes, and your pockets rehearsing their proofs as if they were witnesses with stage fright, ferryman's tally with its red thread, forester's cross neat at the end, the willow slip he gave you for tomorrow, and the three bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking quietly like commas you can hold. The reeve stands under the alehouse beam sharpening rules into razors with his lemon peel smile. A broom lashed outside the door, the old ale stake, tells you drink is for sale, and half the village is present in the way villages attend to trouble, pretending to chat about weather while citing you as if you were weather. Your feet slow to procession pace. The forester is there too, counting mast in the canopy with eyes that never quite stop measuring. The reeve claps a palm against the beam and the beam answers. Like a gavel, noon, he says. Then again, as if the word were a drum, noon, and you remember a mainstream truth that steadies your breath. In earlier centuries, noon meant the 9th hour. Mid-afternoon, before it slid toward midday with the tinkering of hours and bells. The word itself a weather vane for time's habits. Your mouth almost says it aloud, history as small talk. But you keep it for later. He extends a hand and you place the tally there. Thread bright as a small oath. He tests the notch with his thumbnail like a man who chews coin to find brass. Then raises a parchment that resembles your town's charter after a hedgehog argued with its safe passage 3 days and 2 nights. And proof. He reads in the devout tone of someone auditioning for a saint's job while eyeing the offering plate. You ask if the midnight rescue of the piglet that almost became legend gets a footnote. He blinks as if history is unhelpfully recent, kindness irregular. He murmurs a delightful phrase that tries to be a compliment and a fine at once. Joke one taps you. You consider asking if the parish now taxes irregular kindness at the same rate as bread. But the forester's houndless stare suggests you spend your jokes like candles, not fireworks. So you say instead that the forester witnessed the crossing and the causeway's ribs accepted your hymn. The forester nods, whole hand honest, says you kept to bounds, no trespass into the chase, and spread your weight like good bread. The reeve folds the tally between 2 fingers as if it might admit to fraud if squeezed, and requests further proof. He likes layers the way pastry likes butter. You offer the willow slip with its careful notch and red thread stitched like a healed cut. I prefer a seal, he says, wax and a saint's picture if available. The ferryman prefers hinges, you say, because boats favor tomorrow over heraldry. A ripple of amusement crosses the crowd like a breeze over barley, then dies because noon is doing the serious face. The alewife apron like a flag of flour, arms strong as stair rails, sets a tankard on the sill for anyone who can't afford spine without a sip. Mainstream fact sidles in with a pint. Alehouses, often run by women, alewives with broomstakes as signs, sat at the village's nerve, places to hire help, post news, hold small reckonings, and fall afoul of the assize of bread and ale, when measures shrank or prices leapt. Whether they were dens of disorder or daily kitchens of community is something historians still debate. Some read court scolds and see trouble, others read household accounts and see a warm economy. Of talk, you stand inside that argument like a peg on which both coats hang. The reeve calls for your map, your mouth map, and you speak it, not as poetry though your ribs still hum, but as itinerary that holds in fog. Hedgehog ferry post pricked with metals, boundary stones tapped with the whole hand and the word present, coppice stools shaped like chairs, the grange's owl doorway, the drowned causeway's brushwood ribs, the lintel with the biting smile, the ash root bundle that minds bad luck without bragging, the forester's hound who audits cheese and truth. You avoid flourish and name only what someone here can corroborate, because a map that cannot be seconded is just a dream with good posture. You add 1 mainstream bead to help the reeve pretend to be impressed. Tally sticks prove better than wax in wet weather. The king's exchequer kept them and split the wood so creditor and debtor each carried matching ribs. Villagers use hazel instead of willow for sums. but the method is kin. You hold up your ferryman rib and the forester's cross, and the forester vouches. He ties a red thread to what he sees. The reeve turns to the crowd the way weather turns to cloud, says the debt is a clock and noon is a blade. Your rescue of a child is a pleasant paragraph. But the ledger loves numbers, not sentences. Joke 2 raises a finger like a parish clerk. You imagine offering to pay in punctuation, 3 commas and a hinge, but your pockets are already pledged, so you ask what coin the ledger respects. Coin being abstract in households with thin cupboards, he produces a second parchment, a counterfeit cousin of the charter you carry as a memory of nails. This one claims that the Lord's Ride East is entitled to levy a toll for safety, a privatized word wearing borrowed robes. You state calmly that the forester's ride counts snouts, not strangers without purpose, and that the path with thorns humbles you for free. The lemon smile slims to a wire. He is hoping to fold your debt into a ribbon that leads to his friends in colors, who will charge for escort until your winter is a pantry of IOUs. The alewife coughs the way a person coughs when dust is not the problem. She points her spoon at the green with a modest threat and says the harvest needs backs that are not tied to posts. We make our own safety with eyes and bells, not with gentlemen whose buttons match. She plants a loaf on the sill as punctuation. Quirky detail chimes in through her hands. She cuts the top with a small cross and mutters that bread rises straighter when it remembers who made wheat. Some call it superstition. Some call it gratitude that knows carpentry. The reeve senses his weather worsening and pivots. Says very well, witness is acceptable if the swanemote under leaves confirms it. Court in the open, verdeers, jurors, fines measured by hoofprint and stump. Tomorrow morning by the beach that wraps its own rib. Today your deadline is extended like a rope over water. But ropes have ends. You catch the rope and tie a knot in courtesy. Agreeing to appear, the forester murmurs without moving his lips that he will bring the boy whose shins learned tea at midnight. And your ribs feel the river's hinge click. Saint Hinge approving the day's join. Still, noon is not a medal ceremony and the reeve wants a spectacle. He asks you to recite oath and standing right here for the green. Who you owe, what you swore, and whether you are neighbor or rumor, you make your hand a whole hand, show your 5-finger passport, and answer in the grammar the forest taught. No stamping, no pointing, soft verbs. I owe bread I promised to pay with courage. I swore to cross and return by bounds. I am present, not perfect. The word present murmurs through the crowd like larks rising from a furrow, and the boundary stones in your memory knock once with their mossy heads. The reeve does not approve of poetry that is not his. He raises the counterfeit writ again. Historians still debate whether village officers like reeves were the Lord's sharp teeth or the parish's cheap tools. Some were both, biting when told, loosening when possible. You read your man as somebody who likes impossible knots because tightening them makes him feel like rope. You decide to offer him a way down that still feels like height. You ask if the debt can be paid partly in styles mended, 3 bent nails to a board, St. Bracket in action, and partly in guiding pigs when mast falls so snouts count cleanly and fines are arguments you do not need. The forester says dryly that he prefers mended styles to mended stories. The alewife offers to witness the nails and to write your name with chalk on the beam where the broom leans. Not as debtor, as worker, and to pour you a small ale on feast days if you keep your promises in iron. The reeve pretends to consult the parchment, which has no clause about chalk or ale or saints, named after hardware, then nods because noon is watching him and the village is a jury today. Joke 3 bows in, you consider proposing a new office, comptroller of irregular kindnesses, but decide the title would only invite paperwork. Instead you promise aloud to mend 3 styles by sunset 2 days hence and to stand under the beech tomorrow when leaves convert into law. The reeve grinds out an agreement, lips thin as string. The forester's mouth almost smiles. Weather improving in a pocket, and you feel the green itself exhale, as if a door that had been pretending to be a wall remembered the trick of hinges. Mainstream bead for the ledger. The assize of bread and ale tried to keep Loaves honest and measures fair, and though fines fell heaviest on the poor when grain sulked, neighbors often leaned together through church alesh and work shares. An economy of patience braided with coins. The alewife tips you a crumb of the village's real currency, reputation that can purchase winter sleep, and the reeve, seeing the exchange, declares the session closed. Which is how some men save face when a place makes a decision without them. He says you have until sunfall tomorrow to satisfy oath and appear, and rotates his lemon back on. You take the permission like a passport, bow whole hand to the beam as if it were a boundary stone, and step into the afternoon with a list instead of a verdict. Find the face carver whose lintels bite worry smaller, mend a stile with 3 bent saints watching. Keep strength for bread-counting nights, and be under leaves at dawn where swallows used to sow rafters from air. Your pockets inventory themselves one more time. Tally with red thread, forester's cross, willow slip, 3 iron commas, a small loaf crumb from a generous sill, and your shoulders take up their procession rhythm, brisk enough to respect a clock, soft enough to respect a place. The crowd disbands into chores that are also votes, and the green returns to its business of being a floor where a village walks on purpose. You pass the broom at the alehouse door and touch its binding as if it were a seal. Blessing issued in bristles rather than wax, and the reeve's blade of noon dulls a fraction in the face of work that has decided to be possible. Dawn peels the night off the beach like old paint, and the place you were promised appears. A court in green with a roof that migrates seasonally and a floor that registers history as footprints. Swanemote under leaves, you walk in at procession pace with your pockets taking attendance. Ferryman's tally with red thread, forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip for tomorrow behaving nicely in today, and your 3 bent saints talking commas under your ribs, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, while the village assembles in the tones of hushed chores, sickles hidden behind arms. Aprons clean in case testimony needs starch. The forester stands like a post that learned patience, measuring hoofprints the way a baker measures cups, and the reeve arrives with lemon peel smile. Ironed flat, 2 verdeers step into shade in livery that smells of sun-cured wool. Tall rods in hand, and a clerk with geese feather quill and a lap board sits on a stump as if the stump had applied for the job. Mainstream fact lays a sensible plank under the morning. Swanemote was the forest court for vert and venison, convened by verdeers, local custodians, hearing attachments brought by foresters and agisters, tallying trespass in oak cut and deer taken, weighing fines and amercements on rolls of the forest. Its cousins the regarders rode the bounds every few years to survey, and the charter of the forest in 1217 trimmed royal teeth, restoring common rights to wood and pasture. You let that bead thread into your breath because knowing what this clearing is supposed to do helps you behave where speaking is pruning or planting, not performance. The clerk scratches a small cross on the bark of his board as if to remind the day to take notes. Then calls first business. A man who wring bark too ash to widen his turnip patch stands with his hat in fists, and the forester lays a palm on the scar, whole hand, as if reading a pulse. He says the cut is fresh enough to sting and counts backward into law with his stick. The verderer asks for measure, and the clerk measures with a thong. Oak and ash carry different weights in coin. And conscience. The crowd hums like bees on low heat. Joke one wants to bump your elbow and ask if the court also fines for bad metaphors and leader socks. You tuck the joke under your tongue because today you have an agenda that likes quiet verbs. The forester glances to you once as if reminding one student to keep the hymn you chose for bog crossings ready in case nerves need tempo. You nod. You can hum a kyrie so soft it becomes breath. Practice. The next case pads in on 4 paws and 2 men. A milk cow with a guilty burr of burrs on her hocks and a boy red-eared with sleep. Trespass into vert reserved. The forester tests hoof and print, says the girl with the blue ribbon. Now awake and bright behind the cow. Kept to the bounds last night while rescuing a brother from tea. He has a voice that makes mercy sound like arithmetic. A verderer raises brow at irregular Kindness, and the clerk writes mildly. The Reeve's smile tightens because kindness seldom prefers his ledger. Historians still debate whether the Charter of the Forest genuinely softened life for commoners or described a kindness that courts performed rarely while paperwork remained sharp. Some read accounts of restored pannage and estovers and hear a choir. Others point to prosecutions that continue like stubborn rain. You stand exactly between these songs, listening to both while the cow sighs and the girl strokes one ear as if smoothing the argument flat. The court makes a compromise old as mending, a small amercement, payable partly in brush cut for repairing a style and partly in helping count snouts at pannage so fines will be exact not enthusiastic, the forester's stick-ticks agreement. The Reeve allows his lemon to become a slice instead of a rind. The clerk draws a daisy wheel in the margin when he thinks and you watch him do it now. Fringe detail grins from the green. In some forests mastiffs had to be lawed. Claws or pads cut so they could not hunt deer. Expeditation by knife or soot and iron false thumb to keep rights and hounds both. A practice as vivid as it is ungentle. You do not volunteer the hound who audits cheese for surgery. The clerk calls the next presentment. A case of timber floated downriver and rescued by cousins of your mismatched colors. The ferryman has sent a scrap of or shaved wood as witness. Faint red thread knotted to one end. And the verdeers exchange the look of men who prefer nails paid forward to coins sluiced sideways. The forester describes the post at the landing, hedgehog of metals and bent iron. Says some watermen count passengers as souls. You watch the Reeve dislike the word. He prefers persons who can be fined, not souls who can be ferried. The court returns the timber to the mill with a modest fee in nails to the boatman. And your pocket saints feel recognized. Hinge hums under your palm. Joke 2 leans into your ear like an old aunt and whispers that someone should found a guild of nails who keep boats honest. You accept the charter on their behalf and pin it in imagination to the hedgehog post with a harmless extra tack. Your case arrives thinner than you feared and heavier than you hoped. The Reeve lifts the torn cousin of the charter you carry. A counterfeit writ that wants to levy privatized safety for a ride east and reads it slowly as if speed would betray it. The forester does not sigh because sighing sounds like wind and wind can be accused of partisanship. He instead lays out your map as testimony, not drawn. Recited in the order feet learned it, hedgehog ferry, boundary stones tapped present, coppice stools like chairs, owl doorway in the grange, drowned causeways ribs you walked without asking for. Applause, lintel that bites worry into chewable pieces, ash root bundle that minds bad luck without bragging, the white stag who bowed and stayed an animal, and the piglet rescued with a sentence, of arms not a spear. You speak this in the tone of a man telling a child how to find the kitchen at night without stubbing. The clerk writes, presents you with a hazel rod to touch as you swear. Hazel because rods make better memory than wax does in July. Mainstream bead keeps the scene honest. Jurors in medieval courts swore oaths on gospels, relics, or rods. Tally sticks split so debtor and creditor bore matched ribs. These habits turned invisible fairness into touchable wood. The verdeer weighs the writ seal, wax tired of its own story, against the blue ribbon on the girl's wrist and the red thread on your tally. He asks the forester what the ride east actually counts. The forester answers snouts, feet, and trespass, not strangers with maps in their mouths unless the maps lie. The clerk allows himself a very small smile, which in this clearing is a verdict draft. The Reeve argues that safety sold by friends is safety twice. Coin makes hinges stronger. You feel the village shift its weight the way a herd adjusts to a curious dog, and you glance at the alewife, who stands at the edge with a ladle like a gavel. She clears her throat and says that work makes hinges stronger, and that her broom stake sign is down. When the measure is wrong and up when the cup is honest. You watch the verderers consult leaves the way some men consult margins. Then nod, writ voided as theater, escort to be refused unless wolves become accountants of appetite in the ledger of daylight. Your breath finds a new length, and your fingers discover your pockets have not let go of your saints. The clerk reads the fees and dues due. Your own debt reduced by the irregular. Kindness tax you half invented at noon, plus 3 styles mended under oath named hedge and field, and attendance at pannage counting with the forester so snouts meet numbers politely. You accept because nails and numbers are coin you can afford. Historians still debate whether such village courts were performance stitched to outcome or outcome stitched to performance. Were they efficient in law or efficient in keeping the idea of law pleasant enough to live near? Your answer today is simple. This one kept the wolf of pretense outside the fold without cutting anyone's throat with paper. A beater from yesterday's hunt shuffles forward with a wreath of oak leaves he braided when the spears paused to learn peat. He offers it to the forester, who pretends not to see the gesture and places it on the clerk's lap board for shade. The boy you fished from tea holds his sister's blue ribbon like a spine, and the verdure marks his height against the bark with a thumbnail that will be a story in winter. The cases trudge on and you stand because sitting makes your energy spill away into moss, which would be pleasant but unhelpful. A swineherd argues the number of bells he may hang on. The forester rules gently that bells are for counting, not for orchestras. A woman presents a heap of chewed rye and says the deer did it. The forester crouches to read the bite like a letter and says hare, not sainted venison. The crowd releases breath as if a tax had been reversed. Fringe lore arrives with straw in its hair. The clerk mentions in passing that men once buried toad skins under barn thresholds to keep rats shy. A brag that makes 3 eyebrows rise and 3 others nod because the village's museum of household theology is heavily curated by memory. Joke 3 surfaces reluctantly. You itch to ask whether anyone keeps a ledger of all the little daisy wheels scratched on beams and benches. Court of hex foils where bad luck pleads not guilty. You keep the question because the lintels carver is on your list for later and that shed will answer better than a clearing. The forester touches your tally once with his stick, adding the small fish breath notch he promised, and the reeve accepts it like a bitter herb that cleans teeth. The clerk at last declares the session ended in the key of leaf, rustle, not trumpet, fines measured in brush. Work and very modest coin, mercy paid forward as future attendance at labor. The Swanimote dissolves into people who immediately begin doing the things they agreed to do because formal endings matter less than tools picked up in the right order. You hang back long enough to say present to the beach that wrapped its rib for midnight. 2 taps this time, bracket and bracket. Then make your bow to clerk, verdures, forester, alewife, and even the reeve because manners are armor you can wash with water. Mainstream bead lays one last plank you walk across. In some counties presentments went to the justices in air for the forest, itinerant judges who rolled the law across shires like a wheel. But most days justice was exactly this: neighbors under leaves, a stick measuring hoof, a boy measured against bark, bread not taxed for being kind, and work assigned as the grammar that persuades. Winter to behave, you notice that your shoulders have folded the morning into a pace lighter than arrival. The way a bell is lighter after it rings, and you set off because the list did not shrink, just because a court agreed with you. Styles await under honest hedges. A face carver keeps his secrets in shavings, and by dusk you would like to have iron singing in with 3 times, so that tomorrow's map can contain stairs that do not throw grandmothers. Joke 4 leans open the alehouse door in your memory and asks whether styles qualify as leg day. You award the remark a small laugh and a cup of silence, both appropriate to training and to this forest's preference for verbs that do not shout. Your pockets inventory themselves: tally, cross, willow slip, 3 bent saints promoted to co-workers, a shadow of oak on the wrist where law rested kindly, and you walk out of the court beneath. Leaves with the verdict written along your bones: late, lawful, solvent in nails. You take the lower lane where coppice stools remember chairs, and by noon the trees begin to trade shade for rumor. A string of carts huddled along the verge like geese convinced this ditch is an inn, and there on the crown of the road a wheel sulks sideways with its fellow split. Hence the gathering. hence the name whispered by a boy selling apples the size of good arguments. Broken will fare, here till somebody finds a new rim or a better excuse. Stalls erupt from cloaks and ropes in the time it takes bread to voice a crust. A pop-up market breathing yeast and brass. And the first table you meet glitters like a slow river. Badges, pewter saints, shells hammered thin with St. James' smile. Half a dozen Beckets frowning in cheap affection. A local saint you do not recognize holding a pig by the ear. The seller lifts one, grins, says protection this side of Swanimote, absolution the other, 2 for a penny, 3 for a story. You remember your hat lacks tin theology, and you remember also that your pockets carry enough church in red thread and bent saints. You buy nothing, but the man buys your patience anyway by telling you which stall cuts bell clappers from honest iron, not gossip. The lane ahead has gone ceremonial with a rope slung between 2 stakes where 2 very tidy tunics collect pavage for the road, paving money for a track that prefers mud and memory. Today's toll sounding privatized by its accent. You feel your ribs reach for the Swanimote's shade. The Verdaeur's rods, the clerk's daisy wheel in the margin. Mainstream fact places a bench under your thought. Medieval markets and fairs ran under charter. Lords, towns or abbeys claiming stallage, toll, and the peace of the fair while temporary courts handled quarrels. Murage, pontage, and pavage were real levies for walls. Bridges and roads, though their honesty varied as widely as weather, some tolls built stone. Others fed linen sleeves. Historians still debate whether big fairs champagne. Starbridge drove the medieval economy or whether dense webs of weekly markets did the quiet carrying. The record splits into ledgers and stories, both persuasive. You lift your whole hand at the rope, no pointing because pointing pricks, and show the ferryman's tally with red thread stitched like a healed cut and the forester's cross at the end. Then the willow slip notched for tomorrow, and you speak very softly so noon must lean in. The Swanimote voided 1 writ already. The lane will collect its own repairs in brush and nails. My coin is work and a map that keeps children off tea-colored water. The tidy tunics glance at one another, playing a game in which conscience pretends to be a clerk. And the badge seller behind you says loud enough to count as witness that the Verdaeur's broke a counterfeit yesterday. So pavage today is by subscription to reputation. The rope deflates into courtesy. Joke 1 tugs your sleeve, you nearly offer to pay with 3 commas and a hinge. But you save St. Hinge for real timber. You pass and the market folds you into its grammar. Bells sifting a bright rain from one table, sheep and swine, brass and iron. Some with leather throats inked with saints' initials, and a basket of very small ones the size of walnuts for fancy geese. The bell woman's hands smell like vinegar and patience. She weighs a clapper in your palm and says dairy buys honesty and bells by gossip you can count. You purchase 2 swine bells because the forester's arithmetic will be easier if sound attends hooves. Next a tinker spins a foot lathe while his boy pumps the treadle, sparks tasting faintly of bread crust. He offers to true any rim you bring and shows a bucket of rivets with a pride that reads as prayer. Fringe detail sidles up mice quiet. The tooth drawer clatters a little drum to advertise. Wears his teeth on a string like a harsh necklace. Swears he can pull pain with one hand and the moon with the other if the crowd will hum in the right key. You hum nothing for him and everything for your own nerve. The forester's hound is absent but a baker's dog suggests an audit and you check your pouch for emergency cheese. Not today, auditor. The alewife's loaf yesterday bought you a day's courage. A man hawks colored ribbons not for hats but for ledgers. Blue for fairy oaths. Red for boundary saints. Green for debts forgiven or postponed by work. And you think the village is developing a palette for its memory. A woman with a frame of wire sells new styles in miniature to persuade men that full-sized ones could be built by sundown if somebody with 3 bent saints would look interested. You are interested, you shoulder a real plank from a cart, lay it across 2 stumps, and feel Saint Bracket and Saint Don't Be Foolish knock politely at your ribs. Time to sing in wood. Before you can measure, A boy in mottled sleeves shoves a tray under your nose, miracle salt for preserving meat and oaths, a penny a pinch. You ask which saint mined it, he solemnly names Saint Commerce, joke two bows. You tell him your saint prefers iron and evidence. The crowd trades its economics like spare bread, stallage by the shade, favors priced in gossip. You are halfway through the first style. Mortise cut, tenon shaped with your knife humming like a tame bee. When the broken will itself attempts to be mended by shouting, three men argue angle, fourth swears at spokes. A girl brings a wedge the size of a sermon and watches as if a secret will hatch. The tinker leans in with a rivet and a smile that wants to be paid in applause. You pocket your saints, walk over, and ask the wheel to speak first, meaning you stroke the fellow and feel the grain. Remembering rain and heat and one long day of stones, you set the tenon wedge gentle as bread into a split nobody had noticed, then invite Saint Hinge to add his opinion at the iron rim. The bent nail slots into tired wood and sharpens into function. Click, the wheel lowers its voice to gratitude. The tinker sniffs his approval and sells you 2 honest rivets at neighbor price. Mainstream fact waits near the gingerbread stand to remind you that fairs wrote calendars as well as accounts, holy days turned market days. Guilds chose patrons and paraded trade with banners. The assize of bread and ale, read under such broom signs, chased short measures with fines, and pie powders court's dusty feet tried disputes on the day. You can almost see the clerk under a hedge with his lap bored again, drawing daisies when the law pauses to think. The rumor stalls begin their work between bells. A pilgrim says plague is a county away, and then eats an onion to prove he is not afraid. A peddler insists a hermit has a relic that heals fish. You decide to leave fish unhealed until part 2 decides it needs more trouble. A widow says the ride east tried to collect pavage from her geese, and the geese declined politely by charging toll in feathers. The private rope reappears twice as you walk the aisle. Smaller each time, until it is a friendly string to dry apples. You file the lesson under rope memory, pull too hard, and you end up with laundry. Scholars still debate whether pilgrim badges were chiefly devotion, souvenir, or small change. Hordes of lost pewter in the Thames suggest play money habits, while worn loops on hats speak prayer and miles. Your vote lands between tin courage that could still close a purse, while your own courage prefers iron that joins timber. You finish style 1 with a knock of St. Bracket and a murmur of Kyrie to keep your rhythm. Fit it to a slumped gap where a hedge gave up, resisting thighs, and people step over as if the forest itself bowed to let them pass. Style 2 waits by the lane's low wet thought, and you decide to set it over the boggy shortcut to teach feet to behave kindly. To Pete, you recruit 2 boys with spare mischief to haul brush for footings and pay them in bell clappers and a ribbon lesson. You tie blue and red together and show them how colors argue less. When they hold equal work, they grin as if law were being taught in suites. By mid-afternoon the fair cooks its own air, hot iron, spilt ale, lung-hot laughter. The badgeman leans on his box and tells you quietly that the face carver who taught lintels to bite worry keeps a shed 1 field over, beyond the hedge with 3 daisy wheels scratched on a gate. If you knock with the whole hand he will not charge you for the first secret. Only for the second your list shivers into agreement. The rope men now help push a cart for free because somebody said out loud that the Verdeers do sometimes walk this lane. A tinker's boy tries on your staff and learns it is not a spear because the staff refuses to applaud stabbing. The tooth drawer finally draws a tooth from a laughter-drunk cooper and waves it aloft, like a small white treaty. Fringe lore pops its head from under a pile of sacks. A pastry woman stamps gingerbread hearts with the impression of a bishop's ring for luck in lawsuits, and a cobbler offers leftover soles, stitched into amulets against nettles, both persuasive in a universe that keeps a museum of household theology in pockets. As you shoulder the 3rd style board, rain rehearses a paragraph on the horizon, and the fair pulls its cloaks closer. You fit the board, cut 2 neat housings, and ask Saint don't be foolish to veto haste. He does. This style goes in straight, though your impatience wants to invent shortcuts. You consider the toll of noon again and find it quieter. Not forgiven. Met. Mainstream beat adds its last plank for the day. Many fairs minted temporary peace. The king's peace extended to the ring. Of trade, thieves hanged later for crimes committed in that circle. Yet practice varied with the politics of sleeves. You prefer today's peace. Rope turned laundry. Will turned honest, coin turned nails. When the first bell of distant vespers leans into the afternoon, the fair tidies itself, portable worlds folding back into carts and cloaks. The badge seller presses a small pewter pig saint into your palm for price of a rumor you told earlier about brushwood ribs and willow wisps behaving like theater. You accept because accepting feeds the village economy that is not coin. The rope men nod. Pavage retired for the day as reputation subscription. The tinker salutes with a rivet like a thin silver nail. The bell woman bangs one note that acknowledges contracts fulfilled. And the tooth drawer, ever hopeful, offers to remove any regrets free of charge. Joke 3 tips its cap. You decline regret extraction on the grounds that you will need a few to teach styles proper humility. You inventory your pockets, tally with red thread, forester's cross, willow slip notched for tomorrow, 3 bent saints pleasantly tired, 2 swine bells that will teach snouts to sound like arithmetic, and you point your attention, not your finger, toward the hedge with 3 daisies scratched on its gate, where the face carver's shed apparently keeps a quorum of secrets. You carry the fair's hum with you, a low chord of things turned useful in company, iron into hinge, rope into line, rumor into broom-swept air, and you step off at procession pace because work remains and the day respects people who do not sprint their proof thin. The broken will behind you rolls again, not proud, just functional, which is the style of miracle you trust most, and the road ahead, relieved of its privatized rope, behaves like a sentence that has remembered its verbs. The gate with 3 daisy wheels opens like a polite eyelid, and the shed beyond smells the way patience smells when it learns to sing. Oak dust, linseed, sheep tallow rubbed into handles. A sour thread of green would not finished arguing with air. You lift your whole hand because pointing pricks and because faces deserve greetings even when they are only halfway out of timber. The door answers with a hinge noise that feels like family to the 3 bent saints in your pocket. And inside the man you came to find looks up without surprise, beard the color of smoke that changed its mind, eyes the green of horn panes. He holds a gouge like a quill and a block like a sentence that is about to confess. The lintel face from yesterday is here in cousins and studies, leafs at several stages, mouths only just beginning to chew ivy, eyebrows waiting to discover they are hawthorn, jaws braced under acorn. Joke 1 asks if the guild of faces meets here for lunch. The man snorts softly the way wood does when a knot resigns. Whole hand hello, he says, good, that keeps knives from righting the wrong. Poem, you repeat the hello and he nods to a stool that has taught many backs to behave. Tools lie in orderly democracy. Adze, mallet, froe, mortise, chisel, spoon bit. Race knife, each with handles dark where hands repeated them into friends. Mainstream fact settles on the bench like a considerate cat. Timber frames went up across this country joint by patient joint, mortise and tenon married with pegs. Braces schooling walls and triangles, and carpenters scribed each beam with marriage marks, chopped numerals, little V's and slashes, so that when a barn was raised the right shoulders met. Masons set marks in stone too, signatures and wages both. The carver touches a beam and shows you a row of little tally birds. 3IV. He calls them marriages, learned before faces, and runs his knife once to demonstrate. The mark bites, then smiles. The shed keeps other museum pieces. Apotropaic scratches under sills. Mesh hatched which marks. Marion V's like 2 praying points leaning into each other. Daisy wheels born from a string and a pin, geometry as rat net for bad luck. He says, then lowers his voice because luck dislikes being handled roughly. Fringe detail trots in with sawdust on its fur. He admits that somewhere in half the villages round, a shoe sleeps in a wall, a child's, hidden at roof raising to keep mischief busy. Sometimes a cat too, plastered behind a hearth so the house would sing in a note mice dislike. He does not do cats, he says, shoes only, one can discourage without being cruel. You look at the lintel studies again, and the one that bites worry into chewable pieces smiles exactly the way patience smiles when it wins. He picks up compasses that began life as a string and a nail and draws a daisy on scrap, six-fold with a hum that has visited you before at granges, boundary bridges, and horn panes turned milky. The circle appears without ceremony. He pricks the center till the wood learns it and then opens the petals. He says the trick is not the mark but what you build beside it. People scratch daisies and then lie with their weights, styles crooked, beams sulking. You call on saints named geometry and then practice accidents. You cough a laugh into your sleeve because Saint Don't Be Foolish approves of this sermon. He shifts to the leaf mouths, shows you how the bite is cut proud and then undercut, until shadow does the finish work. A little hollow behind the lip, a gray space, he calls it, not really seen, only felt. That is where fear lives until the face eats it. You ask about the lintel you visited, the biting smile that looked past you across the lane, and he grins in professional pride and modesty both. That one has a secret only the lane knows. He taps his race knife along the underside of a leaf stem, and you hear it more than see it. A string of scribe slits like fish breath, the same notch the forester added to your tally after midnight court. If you run a finger there, you remember to lift your feet on that step. He says, not magic, just instruction disguised as ivy. Historians still debate whether foliate heads meant pagan spring under Christian stone or a craftsman's pleasure that grew a forest of interpretations later. Some read resurrection in leaf tongues, others pan behind a choir, others shrug and say the motif fed the hand like a good tune. Your vote today is not to force the mouth of a leaf to recite theology, but to use the notch hiding under that leaf to keep grandmothers from tripping. The carver wipes a blade on leather thick with tallow, then invites your staff onto his trestle as if it were a guest worthy of grooming. He traces your ferryman's notch with a thumb, admires the forester's cross, and asks permission to add a scribe to the far end. Not a seal, a reminder. You nod because reminders are the currency you can afford. He scratches a tiny daisy half hidden where your hand holds, so your thumb will sit on it when nerves require a metronome. Your staff remembers the lesson immediately and lengthens your breath. He asks where you will put faces next, and you tell him 3 styles down, 1 to go, and a village that wants thresholds to remember green before storm season. He approves by taking down a short plank already half persuaded to be a smile. If you set this across a narrow ditch with that leaf to the west, walkers will step slower as if pausing to greet a neighbor. Faces change pace better than signs do. He gives you the plank not as gift but as appointment. You accept the obligation. Joke 2 tries your mouth, ask whether he carves refunds for bad weather, but you replace it with a better question. What do you take as payment? He pretends to weigh your 3 iron saints, then laughs and points with a knuckle at a jar of tree nails. Oak pegs dried slow so they swell tight in green mortises. Pegs are tomorrow's louder than wax, he says. And you realize you have arrived at the same economy as the ferryman. Nails, hinges, pegs, all the small iron and wood that keep guilt from pretending to be structure. Mainstream bead reminds your ribs that misericords, the undersides of choir stalls. Carried faces like these and jokes among saints. Monks rested their weight on with that grinned back. Sly hares, acrobats, leaf people. Some scholars argue those were whispers of a world the liturgy forgot. Others say the liturgy hired humor to keep its knees from locking. The carver lifts a misericord blank and runs his palm across the grain with the tenderness of someone greeting a skilled colleague. He shows you carpenter's marks on a roof truss leaning in the corner, Roman numerals cut deep, marriage 12 meeting marriage 12, and assembly marks like little ladders. He calls them good heiress for raising day when the whole parish pulls and the frame stands up like a friendly beast. He demonstrates how he rules a beam with a chalk line snap taut. Snap, a thunderclap for ants. then planes to the ghost of that line until truth appears. He raps the beam with his knuckles and gauges the note the way the ferryman tuned his thole pin. Notes tell truth, he says, and glances meaningfully at your pockets where nails talk. You talk a while about secrets people hope would will keep, horse skulls and rafters to make barns sing, and barns sang indeed. If only because the wind loves flutes. Bottles with pins and breath buried under thresholds to prosecute malice. Cats wrongly walled for silence you refuse to condone. Shoes hidden with toes to the hearth to catch wandering luck. Historians still debate whether these object burials were magic with law ambitions or housekeeping that grew legends like thatch grows. Sparrows, the shed does not adjudicate. It keeps both tools and whispers with equal tidiness. The carver asks for your map in mouth form and listens like timber. When you mention the drowned causeway ribs, he nods and picks up a long thin chisel. This is a bog oak friend, he says. It remembers when your grandfather had not invented, and it goes black the way some truths do. He lets you hold a sliver, colder than fresh iron, denser than your doubt, and you feel the river inside it like a stopped sentence. Joke 3 tries to knock, ask if he carves debt smaller, and he beats you to it. I carve fear into the size of a mouthful. Debts I carve into steps and rails. You do the rest by walking. Outside the shed a wren tells the hour the way wrens prefer, rudely, and he sets down his gouge as if wrens were bells. He asks for your price again and you pay in work, offering the last style and a place at its side for the small biting plank. He says he will come at gloaming with a mallet and a pocket of tree nails. You both know this counts as money. You shoulder the plank and he loops a string of blue through one hole he has drilled like an eye. Not for luck, he says, for grammar. Blue tells walkers this step is watched by water and they will adjust even if their knees cannot explain why. You thank him whole hand and he thanks you whole hand back because this shed likes verbs with fingers in them. Before you go he lifts your staff once more and cuts a final mark you do not see until you feel it with skin. 3-minute scalps along the shaft, a bracket on one side, a bracket on the other, and a hinge where your palm lives. Your saints laugh quietly in your pocket at the promotion, and you promise the stick you will carry it like a sentence that holds. Mainstream truth lays one last plank across your leaving. Many timber frames were topped out with a bough when the ridge was set. A tree in a tree to thank the wood for remembering how to stand. And coins were hammered under posts as endowments against rot and hunger. The carver says some men hammer coins and forget the pegs. He prefers the reverse. You step out. Plank under arm, marks humming, with the feeling of having been issued a passport by a government of leaves. And you practice your new grammar on the lane at once. Nod to a knot that thinks it is an eye. Thank a bramble for declining to snag. Promise a stile its face before rain. You check your inventory. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow. 3 bent saints practicing punctuation. 2 swine bells for teaching snouts to ring like arithmetic. And a plank that will bite worry into chewable honesty. And you aim your steps toward the ditch the village avoids when it is tired, because that is where faces must stand. When the wind combs the alder you feel the daisy under your thumb and hum the kyrie until your feet agree, and the shed behind you, full of mouths and notches, goes back to teaching wood to listen, without moving its lips. You angle back toward the yew-walled place where swallows once stitched rafters out of air and step into the nave of sky as if entering a sentence you half wrote yesterday. The ground still polished by old turnings of feet. The owl doorway still cut like a sober moon over grain memories. And the light caught in green glass of you as if it would like to be ink. You keep the lantern slit small. Proud light feels impertinent in rooms that remember bread. And make the whole hand greeting to stone because pointing pricks even when the parish is roofless. The air cools with that clerky hush that keeps ledgers legible. And there, in the side cell that once smelled of soapwort and smoke, a chest sleeps under a veil of dust so even the dust looks. Tethered by habit, the iron hasps where finger memory, you press your palm to the lid to let your pulse calm before arithmetic. Then lift, Slow as a psalm, the smell hits first. Beeswax, old oak, and the peppery tang of cut hazel. Tally sticks, dozens split and paired, some tied with blue or red, some with a lazy loop of straw. Your 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish. Tick softly in your pocket, as if clearing their throats for an audit. Joke 1 raises its hand and proposes we call this the treasury of honest scratches. You hush it and pick up the first rib. Mainstream fact joins you at the shoulder with an inkpot and a nod. Tally sticks were how England kept its promises for centuries. Exchequer tallies split so debtor and creditor each carried a mate. Notches cut shallow for pence and deep for pounds. Safe from forgery because Wood remembers its exact rib, so much so that when someone tried to burn the leftovers in 1834, the Houses of Parliament went with them. A late cautionary sermon about receipts. You turn the paired halves under your thumbs and feel where skin has rounded the edges and where someone has chewed with a knife more recently than decades should allow, shaving notches finer, making pounds look more like shillings if the eye is lazy, or the clerk friendly. The owl doorway's little moon watches with that expression owls practice on men who think they invented arithmetic. Fringe detail peaks from the rafters that are not there. Millers were accused of wetting grain to make weight and of keeping a thumb on the scoop. Hence the proverb, and some market wives dropped a pebble in a measure to accidentally lift the bottom. You set those habits on the shelf beside these shaved notches and let the room judge kinship. Historians still debate how standardized measures really were here in your century. Whether king's ells and local bushels sang the same pitch or whether parishes hummed their own. Leaving room for honest error and useful error to swap coats. Some scholars read borough customals and hear a march toward uniformity. Others read court rolls and hear a village's preference for about right when the neighbor's cupboard was thin. You give both songs a seat while you sort ribs into neat and not neat. The neat pairs click like matched bones. The not neat catch slightly, the way a story catches when someone edits facts to fit. Appetite, you read 2 sticks whose bites are too sharp and unworn. Tied with the Reeves' favorite blue and dated by a thumb prick of soot near the head that ties them to last winter. After the bad rain when St. John's fires burned wetter and bread looked at bowls. Like a worried dog, you kneel, lay the honest pairs left, the doubtful right, and speak your list aloud as if teaching a child to find the kitchen in the dark. Fairy notch red threaded. Forester's cross clean. Pannage bells for counting snouts, style boards where ankles won't invent prosecutions, and here, a chest of ribs that whisper someone has been persuading numbers to be smaller when walking toward. The tithe barn and larger when walking away. Joke 2 coughs to suggest founding a startup called Ribbit that audits rib misuse. You ignore branding and go on reading. The daisy will scratched at the sill. A 6-petaled habit you have been seeing everywhere. Winks up at you as if it expected this audit day. The face carver said geometry only works when the carpentry does. Daisies do not stop lies, they just give honest men a place to look while they find them. You test 3 more pairs and find a stub cut with the Forester's marriage mark. A little ladder, only the stock it should match carries a different hand entirely. Notched in a hurry by a knife that does not live here, you hear yourself breathe in the court's key from yesterday. Rustle not trumpet, and you call the owl doorway witness because owls were hired. Long before the clerk with the lap board, the doorway keeps its silence like good counsel. Mainstream bead sits down politely again. Tithe barns kept the 10th in kind. Grain measured by striked bushel, heaped if generosity outranked fear. And tally sticks made those sums portable. Some barns held a book hand too. But wood is kinder on wet days and cheaper than parchment. You picture lay brothers or hired men moving sacks under owl eyes, a winter of 6 loaves staying 6 because the ribs in the chest tell the truth. Unless they do not, unless a knife taught them to sing a different pitch, you turn the suspect stock to the light and see the whittle shine where a notch was trimmed after splitting. The kind of gloss that does not belong to age. Saint don't be foolish knocks from your pocket, asking you to lift your head before you descend into righteous theater. So you walk the ruin once, letting breath return the same way swallows once did, straight and quiet, and your eyes collect all the other small, lawful tellings here. Merrills scratched in stone, an old bean caught in a joint like a fossilized stew, a child-height notch on a doorpost that could be growing, could be whittling, the floor keeps its money sound where wagons turned, and the owl hole cuts the damp with its polite ellipse. Your mind begins to write a letter that sounds like a gentle accusation to no man in particular. Then you remember the forester's sentence under leaves. Mercy is how clocks stay true in winter. You return to the chest and begin a second pass. Not for proof alone, but for explanation that does not end in gallows fantasy. There are reasons besides greed. A substitute clerk lacking marks. A blizzard day bandaged with good intentions. A debt collapsed into rumor under too much rain. And yet 3 stocks in a row carry the knife's fresh vanity and the same hand. You breathe out and decide it is time to carry this to shade that can grant verdicts slower than anger. The Swanamode again, the Verdeers rods, the clerk who draws daisies when thinking. You gather suspect pairs and honest pairs in separate wraps of sacking. Mark them with red and blue threads, because colors are your new alphabet, and you tuck one clean rib into your pocket to keep your palms trussed warm while you do other work. In the nave your staff finds the bracket hinge bracket, the face carver cut for you, and your thumb sits on the half-hidden daisy. Your breath steadies, and you talk to the owl doorway as if it were the ferryman dressed in feathers. I will not scorch this with noise. I will carry it to leaves. You tell the air you will help the barn sing the rat-quieting note without burning anybody's fields. Fringe lore strolls in wearing boots it has not earned to mutter that a thief's candle made from a dead man's fat reveals culprits. You dismiss the cruelty with your whole hand and opt for the civilized magic of wood and witnesses. You replace the lid gently, thank the chest for not pretending to be a secret when it wanted to be a tool, and step into you shade where needles write green italics over your decision. Joke 3 arrives on schedule, asking whether you can pay your own debt in tallies if you promise not to shave any. You reply that you already are 3 styles. 3 commas in iron, the kind of punctuation courts like, and a map for the ferryman that a boy can walk by after fog eats moon. Mainstream truth adds 1 more plank under your feet as you go. Scholars still argue whether peasant moral economy acted as a break on sharp practice, that tacit village treaty about fair price, fair measure, or whether lords and officers set the tempo and peasants merely danced when allowed. You feel the treaty breathing here, in an owl doorway that only needs your breath to support it, not your sermon. You shoulder your sacking bundles and pass the yew roots that grip stone like old hands keeping roofs even when roofs forget. The path accepts the weight of ribs as if you were carrying small winter futures, which you are, and your pockets inventory themselves. Ferryman's tally with red thread stitched like a heeled cut, forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow behaving nicely in today. 2 swine bells promising honest noise at pannage. 3 bent saints not tired so much as interested. A plank with a bite that wants to live over. A ditch where ankles have been improvising crimes. You leave the ruin with a whole hand bow because rooms that keep ledgers deserve parting courtesies. And the owl doorway, which has been listening the whole time with feathered patience and arithmetic, looks exactly like it already knew, which is both a comfort and a reminder to behave as if someone wise is always counting, because someone usually is. You arrive where the beach mast begins to talk, in copper coins underfoot, and the day smells of bread someone spilled in the woods, sweet and tannic, and then the first chorus shuffles in, 40 bristled philosophers with opinions about acorns, all noses and grammar, driven by a pair of swineherds who look like weather with goads. Bells ready. You lift your whole hand because pointing pricks and because pigs dislike exclamation marks. And you lay your 2 new walnut-sized bells on a stump so the forester can approve their throats. He does with a nod the size of a small law, then ties one to a sow's leather collar and the other to a barrow who radiates leadership like a retired mayor. Both bells say present in bright syllables and your ribs copy the rhythm. Procession pace for pigs. Joke 1 raises its head and proposes you form an a cappella group called the Tinkling Snouts. You decline on the grounds that rehearsal conflicts with not being trampled. Mainstream fact sets down its sober stool in the mast. Pannage, right of common pasture for swine in autumn, was a staple of medieval forest custom, affirmed in the 1217 Charter of the Forest. A fee per pig was due, and earmarks and tallies tracked who ate how many acorns, not merely privilege but subsistence multiplied. And crucial housekeeping too, because acorns can founder cattle, while pigs bear their tannins like philosophy. You hold that bead in your breath as the forester begins to count. Not by 4s and 5s at first, but by households. A string near a sow's neck matched to a name cut into hazel. Your job, volunteered by court beneath leaves, is to read names aloud while bells do punctuation. The reeve arrives with lemon peel. Smile, a ledger that would love fewer hogs, and a measuring stick that thinks itself a spear. He frowns at 3 extra snouts in Widow Perkins' lot, and the forester points with his whole hand. Not the stick, to the notch he just made on your tally. Piglets beyond fee until Martmas if they keep their tails and their manners. The widow tips her cap in a way that could be gratitude or a warning not to cut arithmetic too fine. Historians still debate how central pannage was to peasant calories and cash. Some read manorial accounts and see swine as autumn's bank, meat, lard, and rent in hooves. Others argue pigs were seasonal windfall while grain and dairy held the year. The record hums both songs, and this woods hums louder. A sow jingles into a patch of beech shade like a small chapel bell, and you follow because bells outrank ledgers at the moment. You note earmarks. 2 slits equals elfs. A swallow tail equals calls. And ask yourself again how many languages a forest expects you to speak before winter. Fringe detail dusts off a superstition and holds it up to the light. One swineherd keeps a rowan twig tucked through his belt because someone's aunt swore it turned the evil eye into a bad day for the eye instead of for pigs. Another wears the scapula of a boar on a thong as insurance against laming, a charm he swears confuses thorns. You file both in the Museum of Household Theology between ashroot bundles and daisy wheels scratched on horn panes. The forester moves through the herd like a man reading a noisy psalter, tapping rumps with his stick the way a cantor taps a desk. And the bells let him know which stanza is where. Your 2 contribute a sturdy alto and a cynical tenor. And you are unreasonably proud of the notes. Joke 2 asks if you can list bell upkeep as a deductible expense under irregular kindnesses. You promise to check with the alewife who is quietly feeding apple cores to diplomacy at the edge of the mast. The smell of tannin and pig happiness thickens, and you think suddenly of the charcoaler's taboo. No whistling, wind is kin to fire, and invent a cousin for today. No shouting, pigs are kin to weather, you test it. Your voice stays low and the herd arranges itself as if sound were a fence that bends but does not break. Mainstream bead returns with a sensible bell of its own. Some hospitals of St. Anthony in later medieval towns kept pigs marked with bells to roam for alms. St. Anthony's pigs, a sanctioned foraging that fed charity and made a badge of bristles. Bells mean more than finding a snout. They instruct bystanders in generosity. You glance at the reeve to see if he has forgiven bells, and he has not. He counts again and calls 3 noses strangers. The forester answers by naming all 3. 1 to the smith, 1 to the alewife's cousin, 1 to a tinker who bought his right yesterday with brush and nails. And you feel the court's shade return for a moment to stand behind you. A soft rustle that keeps privatized ropes from reappearing. The day's work blooms into what looks like chaos if you squint. Pigs discussing philosophy with the ground. Children assigned to acorn patrol, they pocket more than their fair share, and you let them. The year owes them a treaty. 2 lads trying to build a ramp for a very small pig who dislikes ditches. And the forester tracing circles under beech with his stick to mark mast heaviest ground so men won't argue later that 1 acre fed like 2. You help him chalk a daisy wheel into damp leaves. Not a hex to trap luck, a sign to trap memory. and he makes the little fish breath notch at its edge as if to say, lift your feet here. Even to pigs, the reeve would prefer lines, not flowers, and paces out a boundary with the solemn air of a man trying to convince a hill to obey. He barks once when a barrow sniffs his ledger. The pig, having read worse writing, dislikes it. Your bells answer firmly, and the forester issues the only command that works. Simple and soft, turn, and the herd turns, an entire sentence adjusting its clause. Joke 3 mutters that if only men obeyed verbs as well as pigs obeyed comfortable grammar, we would be done by vespers. You keep that mutter for later. Tempers do fray, as advertised by rumor, when a sow with a swallow-tail ear-mark wanders to an oak whose acorns roll underfoot like marbles, and the swineherd who claims her meets the swineherd who claims the tree. The reeve loves a conflict he can invoice. The forester hates a conflict that teaches pigs to stamp. You step between with your whole hand open like a new gate and offer the sentence you have been practicing since the drowned causeway taught your shins humility. Share is faster than argue, and faster wins when mast rolls downhill. One man blinks, the other blinks, and then the bells begin again. Logical, steady, you add a little mainstream mortar to hold the truce. Many forest customs granted pannage by place and season, not by tree. The herd eats by right and by watch, not by bark title. The men nod because grazing where mast lies is easier than litigating botanical ownership. The reeve makes a chalk mark in air that means later and goes to glare at a boy who invented a counting song too joyful for his taste. Noon leans, the light filters to amber, and the herd achieves that exquisite mood pigs reach when acorn math turns to nap. You and the forester use the lull to notch the day into your tally, red thread steady as a small oath, and you slip one bell into your pocket to silence it before it wakes babies, which earns you a grudging look of respect from a sow who thinks she invented courtesy. Fringe lore returns to whisper that some swineherds swear by acorn trials, letting 2 pigs choose between 2 piles to cast lots for a disputed debt. You decide the forest prefers juries of leaves to juries of appetites and decline to test both justice and digestion. Historians still debate whether forest officers protected commoners from lords or lords from commoners, whether the charter softened claws or simply made a glove around them. Today the glove does work you can live near. Your bells have bought you a quiet that feels like law working without telling you its name. Toward evening a thin rain teases the edges of the beach canopy, and mast falls in a fresh sentence. Plink, plink, plink. You hum the kyrie because humming taught the causeway to hold, and it teaches pigs to step as if ankles matter. And the deer watching from the edge decide not to file a complaint. Your pocket saints, bracket, hinge, don't be foolish, talk approval, commas for a day's paragraph. And you imagine Saint Hinge nodding at each little bridge you built between temper and appetite. You set your small biting plank at the ditch the village avoids when tired. The face carver arrives as promised with tree nails and the blue grammar string. He fixes the plank with 3 firm blows and the leaf mouth smiles west. Swineherds test it first, then pigs, who accept the invitation to cross without debate. Bells announcing yes with modest syllables. The forester watches the bite do its work and says nothing, which is how you know he approves. The reeve does sums with the expression of a man who fears an epidemic of reasonable, then scribbles a grudging mark that means the fee will be taken in coin and brush rather than in a rumor shaped like a fine. You inventory the herd a last time for dusk, name by name, mark by mark, and your mouth becomes a small map someone else could follow if fog eats moon. You feel the ferryman in your pocket with the willow slip notched for tomorrow and think how this day will matter then too. Not in coins balanced but in hinges that held a stile, a plank, a truce, a bell, and 40 philosophers who agreed with trees about supper. Night collects itself behind the beech trunks, and you send the herd back toward pens in a procession that sounds like rain in pewter bowls. The bells keep time until the last snout crosses the last bite of ditch. You thank the mast out loud because gratitude is the only tax that refuses receipts. And as the swineherds anchor their goads on hook nails and the reeve packs up his lemon, The forester makes one more whole-hand sweep that blesses pigs, men, and the narrow corridor between them where law found a way to sound like milk poured into clean pails. You walk out with 2 bells lighter, 3 tree nails heavier. And your breath doing what bells do when day's work is done, present, 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 soft as sleep. The weather bends wheat the way a schoolmaster bends a cane. Not to break but to remind, and by dusk the fields have learned a new grammar. Ears slicked, straw pressed into cursive, wet under the skin like a secret. You walk in at procession pace with your pockets taking attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a heeled cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow behaving nicely in today. 3 bent saints talking commas under your ribs, bracket, hinge. And don't be foolish. And the village slides toward the tithe barn as if the building were a hearth for arithmetic. Owl doorway watching with the unblinking patience of proper accounts. You keep the lantern slit narrow because proud light in a room that remembers hunger is rudeness. The floor tastes of flour and old rain and the clean iron of scoop edges. And the chest of tallies you opened in daylight waits like an honest throat clearing. The reeve is already there. Lemon peel smile cut thin. The forester leans his stick and counts people the way he counted snouts. The alewife arrives with a basket of heel ends and a ladle, the 2 currencies that refuse to collapse when silver panics, and you set out 2 bundles, left, ribs that click true. Right, ribs that caught like throats trying too hard to sound rich. Tonight is counting bread, which means counting everything that pretends to be bread, grain, promises. Sweat, luck, and mistakes. Joke 1 shows up on time and suggests you open with a song called My Favorite Carbs. You stifle it because music here is measured in scoop sounds and breath. Mainstream fact sets down its sensible bench. The assize of bread and ale 13th century onward tied the weight of loaves to the official price of grain, dearer wheat, smaller loaves. Cheaper wheat, larger ones, and bakers risked fines, pillories, and worse for light bread or short measure. Mills took their multure, the miller's portion, and towns sometimes stamped loaves with marks so guilt could be traced. You hear that law in the owl's doorway like a low hymn, and you add a bead of local truth. Parishes counted in measures that have names like neighbors, strike, bushel, quarter, but those names wiggle when storms teach humility. The clerk from the Swanemote has come down from leaves to lap board the night. He draws a little daisy on his margin when the numbers, not, which makes the face carver's voice run through you. Geometry only works when the carpentry does, so you put the suspect tallies on a plank planed honest and begin, one by one, you fit stock to stub, listen for the click of truth. Where it catches you hold it up for the room to smell the new knife's gloss. Where it sings you pass it to the forester, who lays it in the yes basket with his whole hand. Not the stick, the room's breath finds a tempo, and you can feel conscience converting from sermon to tool. The alewife cuts a cross on a test loaf before sliding it into her portable field oven, a cloche with a temper, and murmurs because bread that remembers to whom it belongs swells differently. Fringe detail strolls in with flour on its chin. Some families press a key into dough before baking to beg the doorway's favor for winter. Others prick 3 holes to let the holy name breathe out. Steam. Whether the theology is sound, the steam is. And steam prevents blistered tempers as well as loaves. You turn a rib marked with the reeve's favorite blue and feel the whittle shine of a notch-trimmed post split. The forester does not sigh. He is practiced not teaching wind to sound partisan. But he names the hand quietly, and a man at the back stares at his boots as if numbers were suddenly printed there. Historians still debate how tight the net of the assize really was in villages like this. Some read sessions rolls and see constant scolding, pillories exercised like shoulders. Others read household accounts and glimpse a moral economy, that tacit treaty whereby neighbors enforce fair price with looks, lists, and the occasional loaf sent quietly to the wrong address. Your ribs vote for treaty first and punishment when treaty fails, because you have seen ropes turn to laundry and prefer villages to courts when possible. The reeve reads out the year's stores in that clean, cold voice he saves for inventory. 2/4 barley, 1.5 of dredge, wheat bent but not ruined if drying kills keep their tempers. And the storm outside bangs the barn like a cat that believes in weather as drama. You mark a suspect tally with red thread and carry it to the owl door, whispering the same vow you made earlier. No gallows fantasies, only fences that refuse gossip. Joke 2 raises a hand and offers to invent a new coin called the cross notch, exchangeable for patience. You file it under ideas to propose after bread. The clerk asks the mills, and the miller, hair dusted to a domestic halo, holds up his scoop and his palms, whole hand oath that his toll was honest. He offers the old chew test. Wheat chewed into a ball to judge gluten by feel. And he winks at you because you already know what a mouth can measure when parchment cannot. The forester moves to the wet sacks and tests for heat, the wicked simmer that breeds spoilage. His knuckles, like the ferryman's thole pin, can hear a degree. He orders a kiln lit, charcoaler's grammar invoked, no proud flame, no whistling air like a prayer. And he asks you to sit by the vent eyes the way you sat under a miler and tune breathing. Your breath finds the Kyrie, and the kiln answers by keeping its own voice low. Mainstream bead threads another fact. Grain yields in your centuries run low by later reckoning. 3 or 4 seeds returned for 1, so storms bruise deeper. A tithe is a teeth tax, and bread is a calendar hung in the lungs. This is why assize sermons and barn arguments look holy even when they wear mud. You return to tallies. 3 more catch sharp and wrong, and your finger finds the blade's recent perfume. You look up and the room has arranged itself into 2 kinds of quiet, shame that wants to hide and shame that wants to mend, and you know the difference because you have been both. The alewife's field oven size, and she draws the first loaf, heavier than yesterday's, a size consistent because grain dear. She weighs it on a little balance with pebbles of known stubbornness and nods to the clerk before cutting it into equal ninths for tasting across households whose cupboards blush at storms. Fringe lore arrives with a blue ribbon. A woman ties a thread to the beam where you found the counterfeits. She learned blue from the boundary stone and the ferryman's knot, sky color against fingers that forget. And she hums a tune so quiet even moths would call it polite. You hear yourself murmur your map for the ferryman to keep pace. Hedgehog post, boundary stones tapped present, coppice chairs, owl doorway, drowned causeway ribs, lintel that bites worry, ash root bundle minding bad luck, white stag bowing like an usher. And you realize the map is how you keep storms from inventing gods with the wrong teeth. The debate in your head sits down beside you with its knees touching yours. Historians still debate where famine begins, with rain and rot or with men who decide grain is luck better hoarded than eaten. You do not declare from the doorway of a barn in ordinary weather. Tonight your vote is simple, doors open, owls and eyes on the ledgers, mercy first, then memory. The reeve tries to rescue his pride with a recital on light bread, the pillory's history, and the famous story of a baker's dozen, 13 loaves given for 12 to avoid penalties. Mainstream fact clears its throat. Scholars still argue whether that phrase truly roots in a size fear or in guild custom and good salesmanship. You nod at both because the room's appetite for lore is almost as strong as its appetite for crust. You portion what you can, loaves prick-crossed and shared with the modest pomp of people who know the difference between spectacle and sacrament, and you reckon the winter into lists that smell of pencil and tallow. Hay short, peas adequate if mice mind their manners. Beans promising provided the ditch you bridged with the face carver's leaf stays on its side of ambition. Someone proposes shutting the gates to travelers until the rye raises its head from sulk. Someone else whispers plague. The alewife taps her ladle once, not as gavel, as reminder that soup runs faster when shared, and the forester's silence adds a spine to her kindness. You count gleaning as a right for widows and the very young, not a privilege for the quick. You set a night roster for kiln watchers that pairs men likely to quarrel into usefulness and appoints the tinker, nimble with rivets, to mend a winnowing fan that sulks. You send a boy with 2 bells, your sturdy alto and cynical tenor, to hang on the pen gate so pannage does not become litigation by darkness. And you assign yourself a job you can afford, carry the suspect tallies to leaves at first light and stand with them under the beach while the clerk draws daisies and the rods hum law back into shape. Joke 3 leans over your shoulder, asking if tonight's ledger allows room for irregular kindness as a line item. You add it in charcoal at the margin, a habit that will survive into fog. The kiln gives a sigh you are willing to call gratitude, and the forester answers by opening and shutting a vent the way a singer opens and shuts a throat to find a note. The barn breathes with you, and you feel St. Hinge warm in your pocket, as if all this counting, arguing, and slicing were simply hinge work. Tomorrow swinging safely on tonight, mainstream truth sets one last sensible plank. Bread doles at church doors, the dole fed bodies while also feeding reputations. Alms loaves could be duty or theater, and villages turned both into supper with a skill that seldom makes chronicles. You help stack measured sacks where damp cannot ambush them, replace the chest's lid gently, and stand at the owl doorway to tell it what you have learned and what you have not. This numbers behave better when watched by neighbors and birds. Not yet this. How to unknot a man's need to look like rope. The rain loosens its grammar outside and then quits, embarrassed by its own drama. The clerk pricks one more daisy on his board. The alewife gives you the heel end that counts as thanks. The reeve sheathes his lemon. The forester touches your tally and adds the tiniest fish breath at the edge. Reminder to lift your feet tomorrow when you carry these ribs under leaves. You inventory your pockets. Ferryman's tally red threaded, forester's cross, willow slip, 3 bent saints pleasantly tired, 2 empty ribbon spools that were blue and red 5 hours ago, 1 heel of bread that is heavier than its size because of how it was weighed, and you step out, lantern slit thin, path finding your procession pace again. You leave the barn with a sentence that sounds like a blessing if you do not argue with it. Bread counted, shame named but not invited to dine. Winter notified that the village will attend as a choir rather than as soloists. You walk 1 foot, then the next, under a sky that remembers how to be roof, and the owl doorway behind you goes on listening in numbers, which is the kindest style of song in lean years. The fold sits in a shallow bowl of ground where winds forget to argue, wattles patched with old hurdles and new hope. And as you arrive at procession pace, the dusk slides a gray shawl over everything that bleats. You keep the lantern slit to a kindness because proud light at a fold is an invitation for insects and trouble both. Your pockets take attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow behaving nicely in today. 3 bent saints. Bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, keeping commas under your ribs. And the 2 swine bells now quiet after a day of arithmetic in Beechmast. The forester stands at the gate with his counting stick and that silence he uses when he wants the world to try first. The reeve is present too, lemon peel smile tucked away for once, a crossbow in his hand that hopes to be a paragraph, and the alewife has brought a lidded pail that smells of warm whey and, steadying, joke 1 tries its luck, suggesting you pass the way to the wolves with a note about customer loyalty. You file the joke for later and lift your whole hand to the wattles because pointing pricks even at fences. Then you see them, eyes in the ash shade. Not far, 2 coins of thought set low. Then a 3rd blink farther left. The flock presses like a breath held in a hand. Bells whispering questions on 3 U's as if they are practicing conversation that won't wake lambs. The forester kneels, presses 2 fingers into a damp print by the gate. Says low, big dog would not set so narrow, and points, whole hand, at hair caught on a splinter, wolf gray threaded with peat. Mainstream fact lays a steady plank under your feet. Wolves lingered in much of medieval Europe and drew bounties. Offices and myths. English kings appointed wolf hunters in the 13th century and counties paid for heads. In France, Louveteers, royal wolf officers organized drives. Pits, traps, and winter sled chases all made their course arithmetic. And parish purses sometimes sweetened the sums with local rewards. You feel the ledger in the Reeve's shoulders clench as he names a sum he would pay to make the eyes go away. The forester's mouth says nothing because numbers are clumsy when sheep are listening. He tests the air with his nose like a hound borrowing a craft, and the hound whose honesty audits cheese for him arrives a breath later, trotting out of dusk with a look that says he had the same idea sooner. His tail writes punctuation on the fold's grammar, and he leans his head against your knee as if to remind the evening that witnesses are already present. Fringe detail pads out of memory and sits down beside the gate. In some places folk sew wolf teeth to children's caps to tame teething or to frighten fevers. Others keep a wolf stone by the hearth, a sea bean or fossil belemnite called street Cuthbert's bead, because a bead that looks like a tiny vertebra feels like someone else's spine on loan. You do not own teeth or stones of that kind, you own commas in iron, a ferryman's thread, a face carver's plank that teaches ankles to pause, and a hound who believes in your pronunciation. The Reeve lifts the bow and the forester says low as nettle, do not. We teach them manners first. The law can count later. He nods at you and you hear the charcoaler's taboo in his tone. No proud noise where fire sleeps, and translate it for sheep. No panic where fear watches. You walk the perimeter inside the fence, palm on wattle, and hum a kyrie so small it fits in a lamb's ear. Without waking it, the hound ranges just outside, nose sorting the dark into footnotes. The eyes blink again and shift left to the gap where last winter's flood ate a bite of bank. Your hand finds 3 thin withies and a stale loaf stuck for a moment in your pocket like a parable. You wedge the loaf high where a jump would be true folly. Not bait, obstruction, a discourtesy to leaps, and weave the withies lower, St. Bracket approves quietly. Joke 2 suggests applying to the wolves for a planning permit. You decline paperwork and keep weaving. Mainstream bead returns with sober ink. Wolf pits and deadfall shadow hedgerows in chronicles, and towns posted bounties payable in coin and sometimes in rights. Pasture would, if the hide and head could be shown. Statutes against fold breach find men whose dogs worried sheep, and parish watch lists paired night walkers to meet trouble with witness not. Myth. Historians still debate how often wolves took people as prey versus people's stories taking wolves as villains for other losses. Chronicles relish teeth while account books list more lambs than children. The numbers bite less than the tails. You stand inside the debate and choose the tool you can use, attention. The hound sneezes the way truth sometimes does and then floats downwind toward a thorn. Lifts a paw and lets it dangle. His vote for scent here, not there, and the forester points with his whole hand at a line of shadow that lengthens as if it began walking before its feet did. 3 wolves. Lean and undecided, not a pack drunk on winter, a committee of appetite. The Reeve takes a step as if coin could solve hunger faster than grammar, and the forester's stick moves almost lazily across. The bow like a bar in a toddler's hand. No, because trespass law will still be true in morning, but dead lambs cannot be argued back into their fleeces. The alewife unties a blue ribbon from her basket handle, boundary color you have been seeing on stones and wrists, and knots it to the top rail near the gap, whispering, so sky will stand here and wolves will notice manners. You add your ferryman red to the same place so dawn owes you. Color is policy, not magic. The eyes pause as if color does what words sometimes cannot. The hound steps aside and looks at you. Honest knows voting for patience. You give it a minute, then another. The flock breathes in the key of unpetrified. The wolves circle once more and the far pair blink out. Only one remains, a younger one by the edge chatter in its ankles. You speak low as if talking to a skittish apprentice. There is easier bread in the wood than the angry kind with bells, and you shake a tiny walnut bell in your hand so the note lands like a thistle seed near foxglove. Single, memorable, dissuasive, mainstream truth rubs its sensible chin. Rabies hydrophobia haunted late medieval dread. Saints like Hubert were invoked and Hubert's keys. Heated irons, pressed to bites as cautery and charm. Whether it helped is a fight historians still have with both data and piety, and while your night need not burn iron or words. You keep the name ready because fear sometimes listens to old syllables better than to new law. The alewife murmurs a prayer that is 3/4 recipe and 1/4 hope, and the hound inhales again, draws a straight line toward the hedgebank, then sits, which is his way to say decision, and the single wolf decides with him, slips back through elder leaves like a rumor withdrawing because it found too many listeners. The fold softens in one long unison breath and you feel your ribs copy it. Saint Hinge warms quietly. The reeve lowers the unfired paragraph in his hand and looks more like a man than a signature for a minute. Fringe lore jogs past waving a foolish flag. Someone's uncle used to swear that wolves dislike iron left warm in doorways, would not cross a threshold that sang you just set a hinge there. He called it the wolf key and said wives sleep if husbands heat. You log the story under encouraging but unproven and thank the hinge in your pocket anyway. Work returns immediately as it does whenever fear refuses its encore. You and 2 boys shoulder hurdles to replace the flood bite in the bank. The forester drives a dead man's stake with 3 neat thuds, and you tie the willow slip the ferryman gave you into the weave like a syllable only you will remember. Tomorrow's map stitched to tonight's fence. The hound patrols as if reading a psalter, line by line, and returns to nose your knee in a footnote that says we still have pigs to ring at dawn. Mainstream bead leaves one more sensible fact in passing. In some shires, heads and skins earned bounties on wolves into the 16th century, while in Scotland debates about the last wolf run hot. Across dates like 1680 or later, scholars still argue because accounts mix pride and hearsay, and because extinction stories are eager for neat endings, you prefer the messy ending tonight, which is to say none, only a postponement in favor of milk, fleece, and sleep. The reeve regains his lemon by degrees and asks, stiff, whether bounties will be declared at dawn. The forester answers with a sentence as, plain as porridge, we declare bells and watch. Bounties make men hunt shadows for coin and leave gates open. The alewife backs him with a ladle that could be a scepter. And you add the smallest joke the night can afford, that the only bounty payable under your jurisdiction is for finding the hole you just mended and billing it 3 bent saints, and for once the reeve almost smiles on purpose. Joke 3 stretches its legs and suggests appointing the hound comptroller of honest noses with a cheese stipend. The hound accepts his promotion by yawning. The fold gradually becomes itself. Lambs resume practicing astonishment at everything. A ram discovers the concept of a bucket, and the blue and red at the rail flutter like mild law. You sit on the threshold log and let the Kyrie finish itself, small and unshowy. The way a kiln sighs when it finds the right breath. The forester kneels again and presses his ear to the ground by the gap, listening for what your shins learned at the drowned causeway. How the earth confesses recent footfalls, then nods toward the lane that runs alongside the coppice stools, says they went out by the lower way, not over hill, hungry but not foolhardy. We will set watch where the lane narrows and hangs a face. You think of the carver's biting smile and the little fish breath notch that reminds knees to lift, and you promise aloud to bring a leaf plank tomorrow to bless the lane's bottleneck. Faces turn pace into policy. The alewife passes way in cups and calls it wages. The reeve takes one and drinks like a man who has discovered that wages of courage are edible. Historians still debate whether saints' charms, blue threads, and hedge magic mattered or whether steel and hunger wrote the only ending. You have watched a ribbon and a red thread alter posture, yours and wolves. And you think posture counts more than anyone's chronicle admits. You leave the fold when the sky decides to try being water and then remembers it is sky. You set 2 boys on first watch with instructions learned from charcoalers and ferrymen. No whistling, no stamping, whole hand hello if anything with eyes asks who you are. And bells ready to sound inventory, not panic. You tuck the small wolf hair you pinched from the splinter into the sacking with your suspect tallies. An evidence bundle for leaves and daylight. because courts deserve particulars and knights deserve quiet. The hound walks you as far as the lane's first bend, touches your knee one last time in a signature you trust more than wax, and returns to his work without drama. You inventory your pockets, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip for tomorrow now earning overtime in a fence. 3 bent saints tired in the way tools like 2 bells that will be speech in morning, 1 hair that proves stories have bodies, and you walk back at procession pace under the same trees that once watched St. John's leaps and charcoalers mutter. You pass the biting lintel lane and nod to its mouth, promising another plank, and when a rook turns on its hinge to watch you go you take it, for an official minute, filed and stamped in the archive of the night, fold secure, wolves persuaded rather than punished, bounties unpaid because no one spent a life, and law kept its voice low enough to nurse lambs to sleep. Rain fattens the sentences of the valley until every clause is brown and breathing, and when the first low groan lifts from the peat you know the drowned causeway has begun to talk again. Not angry, only in that dignified voice old officials use when the room forgets the rules. You shorten your lantern slit to a kindness because proud light near sleep still counts as a misdemeanor. And you count your pockets by touch, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end, 3 bent saints, bracket. Hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. 2 tree nails from the face carver like quiet tomorrows. 1 swine bell for inventory not panic, and the sacking bundle of suspect tallies wrapped for leaves at dawn. The willow slip the ferryman gave you sleeps tonight in the fold's mended gap, which makes you feel like a man who loaned part of tomorrow to a fence and would like it back after breakfast. Joke 1 taps its hat and proposes you invoice the weather for overtime. You decline on the grounds that rain has never paid in coin, only in advice. The forester meets you where the reed applause begins and gestures with his whole hand. No pointing, because pointing pricks, to a line of souls already collecting like beads on a wet thread. A pale mother with a midwife's bag, 2 boys carrying a winnowing fan to be mended on the tinker's bench, the beater with his oak leaf wreath gone to felt, a pilgrim with a tin becket poking solemn from his hat brim, and the reeve himself because even lemons come down to the river when ledgers need new pages. Mainstream fact steadies your ankle bones. Many parishes kept corpse roads, Elwysich ways, tracks for carrying the dead to church on the straightest line the land would suffer, and churchyards built lychgates. Roofed shelters with benches for bearers to rest and for thresholds to be named aloud. The living borrow those roads on foul days because a path taught to carry souls can be trusted to carry sacks. Historians still debate whether such ways were truly sacred rites. Unobstructable lines with lore and law braided, or merely favorite shortcuts later romanticized by parsons and poets. You stand in the rain inside that argument and accept the practical. This is the dry spine the valley remembers. Even when dry has to be invented 1 staff length at a time, the causeway ahead writes its groan again, a bass line under the plaiting hiss of rain, and you see the shy pegs by feel before you see them by eye, so you set the pace you have been practicing since tea-colored water taught you verbs, test twice, step once, ankles that listen, knees that apologize, breath that refuses to brag, and the shepherd's kyrie hummed so low it becomes a metronome for courage. You put the pale mother first because midwives have priority in every sensible cosmology, and because her bag's weight is a kind of treaty, the forester brings up the rear with the beater. The boys hold the winnowing fan like a roof, the pilgrim sets his tin saint to clink in time with your staff, and the reeve, who usually prefers numbers to wet, inhales and behaves like a person, rather than a signature. Will-o'-the-wisps send their audition notices at once. 2 left, 1 right. A faint cinder blue that would love to be your leader. Fringe detail strides in with muddy boots. East Anglia tells of lantern men who whistle you off causeways. Somerset mutters hinky punks with 1-legged persistence. And Welsh folk whisper corpse candles floating toward churchyards. Tonight, they are all interns under the same supervisor. Marsh gas given theater by wind, phosphine and methane flirting with oxygen. You raise your whole hand to the air as if to thank chemistry for its show and then tell the company you will be casting. No lights for lead roles, only the staff gets lines tonight. Historians still debate whether all wisp light is gas or whether bioluminescent fungi, optics, and simple panic play equal parts. Some scholars cite lab flame, others Pete's habit of storing improbable tricks. You let the debate set up a folding stool at the edge of your attention while you keep the line moving. First peg. Second peg. A springy brushwood rib that remembers it is a ship. You plant St. Hinge of your pocket against your palm and feel the daisy the carver cut into your staff hide under your thumb like a pulse. The causeway groans again and the pilgrim whispers Beckett and somebody else whispers bread and salt and the beater whispers mother, all correct answers in this exam. Joke 2 leans in to say you should add keep jokes to under 2 syllables. You nod internally and replace joke with a quiet instruction. Look up every third step, not to be dramatic, to keep the mind from shrinking to toe size. The peatscape to your right blinks with another wisp and an eel writes a silver hyphen near the bank and the rain climbs the reed stems like a choir with no discipline. The boys begin to hum your Kyrie without meaning to, which is how hymns prove their citizenship. Mainstream bead adds a sober plank, rushlights, pith of rush dipped in tallow. Once lit poor men's nights, smoky and brief, and horn panes in cottage windows turned weather into milk. Lantern light on bogs is stingier still, which is why processions move slow and close. Elbows teaching hope's weight to distribute. You redistribute weight with words, step now, wait, now, breathe now, and the causeway answers you with that low agreement that is not quite sound, more pressure under skin. Like the kiln's ascent when air found tempo, a child up the line tries to count aloud and you answer with the charcoaler's taboo. No proud numbers near sleeping places. And the counting subsides into a fidgeting of toes that does less harm. A wisp to the left brightens as if it enjoyed being refused and you give it the only compliment it deserves, notice without obedience, and move the line 1 peg to the right where the brushwood ribs feel closer together. The reeve surprises you by copying your tone. Soft verbs. No pronouns large enough to tip anyone. His lemon sleeps in his pocket. The pilgrim slides once and your staff catches a submerged rail with the quiet joy of a craft that became practical instead of metaphor. You put his boot on it and your breath's letter to your heart shortens without panicking. The pale mother murmurs the name of a saint whose jurisdiction might be motherhood or might be rivers, and the midwife's bag answers with a discreet clatter like a chapel that knows when to whisper. Midway the causeway produces its principal groan, not louder, nearer. The brushwood complains at being asked to remember too much history in one afternoon. You stop the line not as order but as gratitude and lay your palm flat to feel which ribs still mean it. 3 there, none here, step the width of a piglet, yes. That is better. The boys start to laugh from nerves and you let them because laughter is the only steam valve that does not make holes. Mainstream truth steps in with good shoes. Pattens and mud shoes widened medieval feet against wet. And long poles tested and rescued both. Not fashion, survival. You have only your staff and stubbornness and the courtesy that keeps both from pretending to be heroism. Fringe lore wanders by, muttering that inside-out cloaks confuse. Wisps, and you nod to the idea while leaving your cloak right way out because you require pockets to behave and because superstition is like salt, useful in the right dose. Bad for ankles and bulk, the last third lengthens like a cough that does not want to leave. The reed's thin, the alder writes vertical psalms, and the bank thinks about being land again. You keep the line slow because triumph is the most slippery part of any crossing. A frog blurts a sound like a wine cup tapped for silence, and you give the amphibian jurisdiction over the next 3 steps. Joke 3 pokes your ribs and suggests appointing the frog to a permanent judgeship. You consider it and decide all judgeships are temporary in weather. The pilgrim's tin saint taps once against his hat and falls quiet as if diplomacy had been achieved. And then you are there, not with trumpet, with a kind of shared shrug that walks into alder. shade and calls itself relief. You count noses, human first, then one metaphorical because the marsh has a way of eating plans, and you count the bundle in your sacking too because tallies are souls of a sort, lodgers in wood who would prefer not to be shaved into lies. Mainstream bead offers one more plank as you settle the line onto ground that deserves the name. Some lichgates carried a bier. The parish's stretcher, under roof, and parish clerks ticked names and doles in doorways where owls could overhear. Here you have no roof but the under surface of the rain and no bier but a staff that learned daisy grammar from a carver. It will do. The causeway groans one last time like an old friend who thinks you are not saying goodbye loudly enough. You take the hint and place 3 tree nails from your pocket on the bank as if setting down commas for whether to read tomorrow's not offerings, and you promise aloud to carry the suspect tallies under leaves after the storm sleeps. The reeve, damp and unlimoned, surprises everyone by saying softly that tomorrow's court can meet on the higher path, and the forester nods because mercy keeps clocks true in winter and also in rain. The winnowing fan goes on to the tinker, the midwife goes where midwives go without announcements. The beater stands for a moment with his oak leaf wreath gone pulpy and still somehow crown-like. The pilgrim tips his tin becket as if the saint had rowed, and you turn back because crossings are always two-way obligations. You will walk the pegs again to read which ribs argued the hardest. You will set a brushwood repair where the principal groan lived. You will leave a sign the face carver taught you. Little fish breath notch scratched under a leaf where ankles can feel instruction without being scolded. Historians still debate whether trackways like the sweet track to Pete's heart were ritual dances toward gods or the unpoetic necessity of getting from bacon to barter. Both are true when a line of people must cross in weather and be counted at the ale stake later. You return along the edge to the first peg and lay your palm to the tea-colored skin where the road sleeps. Thank you is not theology, but it is correct. The wisps have dimmed into memory's footnotes and the frog judge has adjourned. You let your lantern slit widen one finger. Permission to be glad, and then narrow it again because the charcoaler's grammar still saves villages. You inventory your pockets, ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath, forester's cross, 3 bent saints tired but serene, 1 bell for the pen gate later so fear sounds like. Inventory not panic, tree nails reduced by 2 to commas set on a bank for whether to annotate, sacking bundle heavy with receipts made of wood and gilt, and you feel the daisy under your thumb ask you to breathe before you start instructing pegs. So you do, and the causeway, pleased that you remembered the little courtesies even after success, sleeps without groaning while you begin the humble work of tomorrow in the rain. The rain has packed the hazel like a braid and the path threads you through it at procession pace when the shout hits the lane like a split drum. Out, out. And then the older form your ribs already know by rumor, hue and cry, rattles, a handbell, a pan banged with a spoon, the sound of neighbors turning from nouns to verbs. You pinch your lantern slit thin because proud light shows badly in chases and you lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and learn the grammar of the emergency from faces before you hear words. A boy with nettle-bent hair gasps that the barn chest has been forced in a bundle of sticks taken, the very shaved ribs you sorted into the sacking last night to carry under leaves. Someone saw a man bolt toward the coppice with wood under his coat like guilt learning to walk. You touch your pocket saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish because commas help when adrenaline tries to turn paragraphs into shouts, and you set your pace not to sprint but to last. Joke 1 huffs that you would appreciate a chase plugin for your boots. You decline software and keep to the charcoaler's rule for trouble, soft verbs, no stamping, whole hand signals. Mainstream fact trots in with its sensible stick. The Statute of Winchester 1285 told towns to keep watch and ward, to repair roads so that men and horses may pass, to raise hue and cry after felons from town to town and from county to county. Every man obliged to follow with bows and bills. Frank pledge bound neighbors 10 and 10 to answer for one another. And if the cry slept, fines woke it later, you let the law sit in your breath because it gives the next steps their hinge. The forester appears at the lane's crook with his counting stick, and that silence he uses when he wants the world to show him its plan. Two women arrive with distaffs that suddenly look like short spears. The alewife brings her ladle and a voice that can pour orders. And the reeve, lemon peel smile gone to rind, carries the crossbow he does not quite trust. A horn sounds eastward where the ride usually wears matching sleeves. Today colors appear mottled at first, then purposeful. The three men from your earlier morning with scraps that never agreed have found thread and posted themselves at the next fork. One in blue too tired for a saint, one in red that remembers last year's fight, one in wheat yellow with an opinion. Their dog, the one with the ear like a heraldic flag, runs his cheese audit across your knee and approves you for pursuit. You raise the ferryman's tally. Red thread bright as a small oath, and the forester's cross. The men nod like posts that learned manners, and one calls, "We will block the east gap, you take the wet hollow. We will ring him like you ring pigs, livery and bandit yesterday. Plan today, you think, and you like the way the forest hires talent even when it does not approve of resumes. Your staff finds the little fish breath notch the carver scratched for you, and your thumb sits on the daisy he hid there. Breath lengthens, knees remember to apologize before they ask favors. You pass the biting lintel lane and nod to its mouth, asking it to persuade ankles behind you to lift. Faces make policy better than signs do. Then belly into hazel where rain writes close italics on your sleeves. The cry ratchets behind as the reeve's handbell finds its courage. And you feel, rather than see, the hound take the lead, nose cutting a path of nouns through wet adjectives. Fringe detail arrives, muddy and eager. Folk say thieves throw pepper to confuse hounds, or carry a hare's foot to borrow silence from luck. Whether the pepper works the sneeze or just buys bravado, your dog declines to demonstrate and chooses instead to read broken bracken and a foolish attempt at walking on roots. Mainstream beat steadies your head. Hue and cry was not just noise. It carried legal weight, obliging alehouse, field, and fair to lend hands. Watchmen rattled clappers later. Wooden rattles and constables, tied to the old Frank pledge net, named pursuers. But historians still debate how much of this lived as daily practice and how much is statute on vellum. Some read court rolls and see a robust neighborhood police. Others read the same ink and find ritual that faltered when lords' affinities or fear said stand still. You live the debate by moving. The coppice closes like a book and opens like a question. The hound writes an answer with his tail and veers left along a deer run where a man has done a bad impression of a deer. You catch the scuff of a heel where hazel rods give you their palm. Then the sound of someone speaking to breath rudely. You slow because running into a corner makes stories short. You prefer the long version, joke two pants that your knees are applying for a transfer to a desk job. You promise them a style later and bare left. The forester's stick touches your shoulder, whole hand, reminding you to sweep your gaze for snares that sing. And there, a hedge pig of a noose like the one you lazed once so a human might brush awake instead of fly. You step around with the politeness traps deserve and gesture for the hound to thread the safer grammar, voices ahead now, two, not one, and your ribs learn you have been chasing not only theft but transport, a buyer waiting at the hazel gate with coin or protection. The mismatched liveryman in wheat yellow appears to your right. Not a ghost, a flank, breath light from a small loop. He took to lean on a style you set yesterday. Your plank bit the ditch and changed speed the way policy does. And he raises his whole hand, no pointing, to show you the normal door has been declared abnormal by a man with a bundle of sticks under his cloak. You see him now. The thief who shaved ribs into lies. He has the knife that trims numbers, short and ashamed of itself, and a friend who wears a sleeve that looks East Ride official until you notice the badge thread is wrong. A counterfeit cousin like the writ that tried to sell safety. The friend looks at your map-worn face and reads trouble. He turns for the gap where Hazel's mouth opens into the wet hollow and finds a ladle blocking him. Alewife punctuation. backed by a woman with a distaff that has discovered second career opportunities. The forester steps into the only generous space left and says the one sentence that saves more lives than any sermon. Easy now, the law is not hungry. The thief holds the bundle tighter and you see the strings you tied last night, red on one, blue on the other, color alphabet that tells the room which ribs sang and which coughed. You tell him softly so the hazel tolerates your voice. These are not money. They are witnesses. They want shade and a clerk who draws daisies when he thinks. Not the bottom of a ditch. The hound sneezes the pepper rumor out of the air as if to say that trick belonged to a different century or a better cook. Mainstream truth lays down a plank under the scene. Offenders caught fresh in hue and cry could be borne to the 100-court or town prison. The cry required pursuit even across boundaries, and those who failed to follow might be immersed. Yet the line between thief and hungry neighbor was thin as steel shavings in porridge, and many courts eased back from gallows to fines when cupboards explain themselves. You take your cue and push your voice through that narrow mercy. We will walk these ribs under leaves and put them on a plank planed honest. If your knife has a confession to make, let it make it to wood and witnesses, not to water. The reeve arrives breathing like a bellows he does not trust and raises the crossbow. The forester lowers it with a gentle stick that finds its hinge without making a bruise. The mismatched liverymen have already become a corral rather than a trap. One with the torn ear dog standing where escape would be an idea, not a path. And the dog remembers you paid the cheese tax once and sits like a clerk who approves this purchase order. The counterfeit badged friend tries a private rope voice. There is a fee to settle this efficiently, and the alewife snorts her professional snort, the one that sends short measures scurrying. Fee is brush and nails and work under rods, not coin folded in sleeves. And besides, you owe the village 3 styles, and we intend to collect them with interest in honesty. Fringe lore sticks its head around the hazel and whispers that some places shame thieves with skimming ton or rough music, pots, pans, and parading. You choose instead to invent a quieter pageant, neighbors breathing in tempo while hands receive wood. The thief watches your palms like a man guessing whether they will open or close. You open them. The bundle comes to you like a tired child, and your fingers find the shaved gloss you already found in candlelight. You nod to the forester and to the clerk who is not here but is present in your map of what should happen next. Joke 3 asks whether your resume now includes chase. Light. You accept the joke because laughter sands edges off pride and pride sharpens knives, and you prefer dull knives tonight. Mainstream bead adds one more sensible note. Some towns kept town stocks and pillories for theater, but forest custom liked rods, tallies, and brush payments that turned anger into work. Whether this prevented crime or merely replaced blood with blisters is a question scholars will go on worrying. But blisters repair fences in a way blood seldom does. The livery men in their unmatching colors have arranged themselves into usefulness without claiming tax. The wheat yellow one tips 2 fingers to the forester as if acknowledging that today's badge is behavior, not dye, and the blue one produces a length of cord for the tallies as if cords could be law when tied in public. You thank them whole hand and you mean it, then appoint jobs in the village's true currency. Help, 1 man to fetch the clerk to leaves, 1 to tell the tinker to bring a new hasp for the chest, 2 boys to run to the fold and trade out. Watch, because wolves do not pause for human theater. The reeve, deprived of gallops and gallows, finds his lemon in a different pocket and tries on a new expression that might be humility's. Prentice. He clears his throat and says the barn can hear cases after noon if the leaves prefer to shelter. Pannage and mast in mourning, and you agree fast because a man trying humility needs quick witnesses. You inventory the bundle briefly with your thumb and your ear. 3 suspects shaved by the same hand, 1 honest rib mislaid in panic, 2 with foreign marriage marks that explain more than they excuse, and you speak the count aloud because counting in company turns numbers into neighbors. The hound leans against your shin again, auditing the situation as no cheese, adequate truth, and the hazel lets the path loosen because the chase has turned into a walk. The hue and cry fades to a murmur and then to a listing of names. For the clerk, who will want his daisies in proper petals. The mismatched colors fade too, not into banditry but into head shade, where a man with a torn ear for a dog and a talent for posting himself at forks becomes, for today, part of Frank Pledge whether he swore it or not. Debate sits down beside your ribs as you step back toward the roofless chapel's owl doorway with your bundle. Historians still debate whether routiers and robber bands stalked lanes like constant wolves or whether most theft was smaller, domestic, opportunistic, the sort that converts to work under leaves. Your vote after this morning is that both prowled. But the forest has more tools for the second, which is why you keep gathering pegs, nails, faces, and maps you can recite in fog. You pass the biting lintel and feel your pace change. As promised, the face eats a mouthful of your worry and leaves you with the chewing you can do. You see the rope men from the fair once more at a distance, and they look less like toll and more like wicker supporting peas in a storm, a thing you might distrust in dry weather and bless in rain. You hand off the bundle at the owl doorway to wait on leaves and law, and you turn to the forester with one last ask. Let the boy with nettle hair be the one to tie the new hasp on the chest when the tinker fits it. Hands that raised hue and cry should close the hinge. Saint Hinge warms in your pocket as if, pleased to be praised by name. You look back once into the hazel and see nothing but rain combed fine, which is the correct ending for a chase. Not triumph, only the forest returning to its slow sentences. Your pockets take attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip now legally moonlighting in a fence gap. 3 bent saints settling after exercise. 1 dog hair left on your trouser as a receipt signed by an honest nose, and you breathe at the speed your daisy likes. You have learned again how a village moves as one body when someone shouts out, and how even sleeves that do not match can learn to hold a lane like healthy sinew if given a job instead of a sermon. You walk 1 foot, then the next, toward leaves and daisies and rods, and behind you hazel closes its book without slamming it, satisfied that this chapter did not need a gallows to find. Period. You take the lower path until stones begin to sound like crockery under boots and the river draws its gray shoulder close, a crescent of pebbles, a stubble of posts, a smell of wet rope and alder breath, and the ferryman stands with his hat that has lived 20 lives. Or across his knees like a patient dog, circle already forming, miller dusted to a pale halo, net menders with fingers the color of old twine, a boy who smells of oak shavings from the face, carver's shed, the alewife with a cup that refuses to go empty when people argue, the forester measuring drift the way he measures hoof, and the reeve lemon peeled to the pith, and, for once keeping it in his pocket, you lift your whole hand. No pointing pricks, and close your lantern slit because proud light on water is a dare and counsel likes to see itself without glare. The ferryman raps the oar once on a thwart, and the sound is a gavel that never went to school. Payment in hinges has brought us far. He says, but today we weigh a man against example. He nods at your sacking bundle, the shaved tallies you chased through hazel, and at the boy with nettle hair who raised hue and cry. And then he looks at you the way banks look at flood marks. Say the line, so you say it, not as a sermon, as a map. You carry the circle back through last night and morning as if laying planks. Owl doorway, chest of ribs, notches that caught under thumbs where knives taught would to sing a higher note than truth. Hue and cry through hazel with mismatched colors learning to be useful. The bundle recovered, the reeve arriving damp and undecided, and your promise to carry truth under leaves where rods stand in the right kind of shade. The ferryman turns the oar in his hands until the thole votes yes, then shifts to the edge of the water like a man asking a baritone to take the low part. Mainstream bead lays a plank across the current. Magna Carta's 1215 clause ordered fish weirs removed from the Thames, Medway, and throughout the whole of England. So boats and fish could pass. Navigation versus nets, a kingly promise often honored in patches, the weirs cut, then crept back, then cut again. Whether that clause was truly about freedom of movement or just barge men with good lobbyists is something historians still debate. Some read law books and see rivers as roads claimed by common good. Others read lordly charters for fisheries and count coin where fish once leapt. The miller clears his throat because weirs and mills are cousins, his eyes saying I break the river just enough to grind supper. Do not hate me because grain likes teeth. A net mender lifts a strip of hemp and ties and unties the same knot, twice as if arguing for a verdict with string. Fringe detail paddles in This bank once paid rent in eels, baskets counted by the hundred like black punctuation. Doomsday hands wrote neat scores of eels owed to lords and abbeys. And lamprey pies made kings feel festive and occasionally regretful. The river has kept ledgers longer than we have, you tell your pocket saints, bracket, hinge. And don't be foolish, to behave, and joke one suggests that if the king will not accept pies you could offer him a spreadsheet. You decline on the grounds that the 13th century has not invented that particular pastry. The ferryman opens his palm and the circle deposits its witnesses like coins. The boy with nettle hair tells what he saw without making himself a hero, which the river banks like a mercy. The mismatched liverymen keep respectfully to the hedge. Dog with torn ear now asleep because honest work requires no applause. The alewife declares the chest will wear a new hasp by evening, and that whoever shaved tallies will mend what he trimmed by mending fences, not knuckles. And the forester adds softly that example is heavy when it is strapped to a man and lighter when it is strapped to a day of work with 100 eyes. The reeve's mouth makes a lemon nobody asked for and then, to his surprise, changes its mind. He says the barn can hear the matter after leaves, and that irregular kindness may be counted as credit if the knives confess and the ribs click true before witnesses. You hear the ferryman hum yes in a dialect of boat and wrist. He squints upstream where a man in a coracle comes down sideways like a walnut shell that lost its nut. Quirky detail earns its seat. The coracle sticks to the west and wails mostly. But a cousin here still hunts eels with a basket and a prayer. He lifts his paddle in greeting and the ferryman answers with a figure 8 that says harbor is welcome provided you remember our pebbles are also our court. The coracle man beaches with the dignity of an object that knows it is slightly ridiculous but very effective. He offers a string of glassy fish eyes like bad jewelry and news of a snag under the ford. The forester nods, noting a repair for your list. The ferryman points with his chin toward a water-bleached board propped by the landing. St. Christopher's flaking smile still striding a river on it. Staff like a mast. Child on the shoulder like a charter. Mainstream fact touches your sleeve. Ferries often kept a Christopher near the wet. Bridge chapels, too, house saints within earshot of oars. Travelers touched paint or carved wood as if to borrow buoyancy. Some made offerings at river shrines because theology understood current better than tariffs. The saint has faded to a ghost of pigment, yet his staff remains bright as if oils remembered where the weight was, and you think of your own staff with its daisy tucked under the place your thumb finds when breath needs training wheels. The ferryman circles back to the shaved ribs with the logic of water. We punish with example or we hire him to repair the causeway where it groaned, which is an example too. We take coin, which rusts inside pockets and makes no bridge. Or we take brush and pegs and 3 bent nails hammered in public while the clerk draws daisies. Your ribs vote for the second with a small yes that tastes like bread. The reeve tries to look stern and manages thoughtful instead. The miller says sourly that men who trim tallies often trim sacks and that example keeps fingers honest. The alewife replies that hunger keeps fingers foolish and that sacks behave better when bellies have foundations. She pushes the cup into the miller's palm and calls it seasoning. You add the hinge you can afford. Let the man who shaved would set rushlights along the hedgehog post so night crossings can borrow a minute of day. Let him carry the first plank to the principal. Groan and scratch the fish breath notch under the leaf so ankles feel instruction without being scolded. Let him speak the map to the ferryman at dusk so that fog owns more verbs than fear. The ferryman looks at you the way a bank looks at flood after a wall has been set right. Are you volunteering to teach him breath? Joke 2 elbows your ribs and says you have accidentally invented community service and should probably file the patent with Street. Christopher. You nod anyway because patents are for paper and this is for pegs. The forester stones a small flat pebble across the shallows and counts hops. 3 before the river says enough, and says the law will want to ask questions under leaves first. Then the barn, then here again if the river thinks we misheard. You picture the beach court, the clerk's lap board, the rods with their modest authority, and are glad the circle understands that. Hearings can be braided, water, leaf, beam, until justice is something you can walk across without stripping. Mainstream bead offers another plank. Towns sometimes kept water courts for nuisances and fishery disputes. Ports held pie powders for traders with dusty feet. Were these formalities common on inland scrapes like this, or were such circles as today the real tribunals? Scholars still debate. Some point to charters and port records, others to the archaeology of places that kept only footprints in memory. Your feet vote for footprints. The coracle man raises a finger, says the snag upstream is a tree root caught by a lazy cobble. If we lose a freshet in the night, it might lever free and drift down like an unlaced shoe. He says it cheerfully, as men do who live where danger wears good humor. The ferryman nods and appoints him with 2 words, after dusk, and a cut of eels payable once his boat remembers which way is downstream. The Reeves lemon peeks out again, and you throw it a joke small enough to keep the mood from curdling. You will measure the eels by eye, not by knife, and the circle gains a ripple of laughter that acts like oil on gears. The ferryman asks the miller whether his sluice can spare a whisper to ease. The causeways groan tonight. The miller pretends to consult a chart with serious lines that exist only in his head, then grunts yes because his conscience has a weir of its own that wants clearing. The forester catches your eye and flips his stick to its butt end where a nick means work assigned. He adds 2 and says that after leaves you will take brushes and teach the lad with nettle hair how to listen for ribs under tea brown, since some days hue and cry is best fulfilled by men who know where to step. The circle agrees by scuffing boot and nodding without fanfare, and the ferryman turns to the man whose knife sang on ribs, who stands at the fringe like a thorn that might yet be a useful peg. The man opens his mouth as if to import a speech and exports instead air. He is younger when he surrenders his knife to the forester, and younger still when the boy with nettle hair holds out the sacking for him to drop a single shaved stub into, example already working without a pillory's help. Fringe lore schemes the edge like a moorhen. Some river folk swear that a single coin nailed under the 3rd plank of a landing buys luck for 7 years. Others swear luck rots wood faster than honest salt. You have watched this bank accept nails that were promises and decline coins that made pockets brave and hands lazy. So your nail economy remains unshaken. Mainstream truth leaves one more steady pebble. Drownings made saints busy in summer. People wore pewter Christopher on hats and pinned small crosses to sleeves, not because they forgot how to swim but because rivers count without sympathy. Whether such medals protected or merely reminded is a debate theology enjoys more than boatmen. Here reminders are good enough. The ferryman draws a line with his or on the whetstones that is not a boundary so much as a sentence line. Today we hire fear as a laborer, not a juror, he says. We will carry ribs under leaves, here rods. Then carry pegs to the groan and set rushlights that sorrel moths will mistake for moons. We will pay in hinges, not in headlines. He knocks the oar once more, and the line of the day becomes visible to everyone as if a chalk had been snapped in air. The reeve says he will bring the Barnes book and keep his lemon in his pocket, which is almost an apology. The miller promises a whisper of water and 1 sack marked for gleaners if the kiln breathes right this week. The net menders offer a coil of rope that has learned manners and would like to teach them to snags. The coracle man promises not to sing while sculling, which counts as great humility in his trade. And the alewife says she will bring the cup again because no counsel hears the right verdict on a dry tongue. Joke 3 checks the ledger and confirms that irregular kindness has a surplus today. You approve the budget and adjourn. The ferryman touches the willow slip tucked in your pocket as if it were a seal and says, "And the map, tonight, tell it again." Because fog-like stories repeated, you promise because that was always the toll he truly wanted. You inventory your pockets, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip behaving nicely in today while also being tomorrow. 3 bent saints quieter now that work has been appointed. 1 shaved stub to show the clerk. 2 tree nails that will become commas on a bank where water and foot agree. And you feel the daisy under your thumb like a permission slip to breathe. You bow whole hand to the saint who keeps his paint by the landing and to the oar that keeps its patience by the post. And you walk back toward leaves with a verdict you can live near. Mercy hired as example paid in pegs, and the river satisfied that today's law will float. The path smells of wet bark and old bread, and then the air changes the way a sleeper changes. Breathing, a slow draw that turns greedy, and you know before you see it that a miler has slipped from patience toward appetite. The charcoaler's clearing glows the color of a warning someone tried to phrase politely and failed. The dome of stacked billets, once tucked under leaf litter and turf like a hedgehog pretending to be a hill, now shows seams of orange where wind taught 2 vent eyes to be mouths. You pinch your lantern slit to a courtesy because proud light is vulgar in rooms where fire should be asleep. And you lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, so the clearing knows you remember the grammar. The charcoaler you met nights ago rises from his hut with a face that looks carved from soot and patience. He says no whistles, no prayers louder than breath, and he moves with that held tempo that teaches other bodies to copy. Joke 1 arrives with its boots muddy and offers to write. Panic in small caps. You pocket the joke because the dome is already writing too loudly. Mainstream fact sets a sensible stool in the smoke. Medieval charcoal clamps, milers, feed iron and glass. Slow burning wood under turf and leaf with air rationed by vents and sealed with spit and heel. Smoke red like scripture, white for wet, brown for right, blue for too much air. And when a clamp runs hot and bright it stops making charcoal and starts making shame. Ash, fuel wasted, forest find, smelters hungry. You taste the blue in the smoke now. A thin metallic jeer like someone whistling with teeth. You have learned that wind is cousin to fire and arrives uninvited when called. You do not call. The charcoaler taps the dome with a hazel stick, listening the way the ferryman listened to his thole, and nods at you to stand by 3 vent eyes, and keep your feet arguing with drafts, whole hand on turf to feel breath. The forester steps into the circle with his counting silence, and the alewife appears with a jug that might be whey or might be the kind of water you give to. Tools, no flinging, just wet cloth. A tongue on fevered seams. The reeve comes too, lemon put away by the heat, and the boys with nettle hair and oak leaf crowns stand back because children obey. Color even when they do not obey language. You and the charcoaler work a circle. He with his hazel, you with flat palms and the weight of your body spread like good bread, pressing turf back into seam, wiping ember with wet sacking, and humility, never water in the throat. Steam makes fists, only damp fingers on the lip. Fringe detail pads in with ash on its fur. He mutters his hut prayer so low you only catch nouns. Leaf, heel, patience, hush, and his taboo about whistling widens to include bragging. He tells the reeve without looking at him that if anyone boasts of speed, the clamp will ask to see proof. And proof in fire is always expensive. You feel the dome's mood shift under your hands, less opinionated, more sullen, a good sign in sleeping fire, and you practice the Kyrie in a key you learned. At the drowned causeway, a metronome of mercy. The charcoaler nods because breath that refuses to brag counts as help even when it arrives without title. Mainstream bead adds a plank. Ironmasters issued ordinances about milers. No burning near hedge or road. Fines for wildfire. Watchmen set by night. Some forests reserved platforms for clamps and measured billet lengths by rule, because a nation that wants nails must. first like charcoal, historians still debate how hard that hunger bit the woods in your centuries. Some read complaints of waste and see hills shaved bald by furnaces and glasshouses. Others point to coppice cycles, cut and grow, that fed fires without killing forests. The record is a palimpsest of stumps and ordinances and place names that still say charcoal pit under bracken. You lean into a seam with your whole weight and the miler quiets like a baby that wanted to cry but preferred a chest. Joke 2 wants to invent a job title, assistant to the regional fire whisperer, and you promise to print a badge when nobody's watching. The charcoaler lifts his hazel and you hear the dome's tone. Drop a note, less hiss, more stew. He opens a lower vent with 2 finger gouges and shuts 2 higher with his heel. Air like a ledger brought into balance after someone overexcited the credits. The forester tends a rim where sparks flirt with leaf, receives one on his sleeve and refuses to scold it, presses it back with damp cloth and calm verbs. The reeve holds a shovel without performing theater, which is a kind of miracle paid in sweat not coin, and the alewife becomes a liturgy of small cups. When hands disengage from seams they drink. When they drink they remember that patience is edible. Mainstream truth hushes the clearing long. Enough to slip in another fact. Colors of smoke served as the clamp's clock. Brown and thick in the early bodying of the dome, then finer as lignin breaks and volatiles leave, then a drier breath when wood turns to a new thing. Charcoal, not ash. Charcoalers named these phases and argued merits. Some swore by conical stacks, others by long kills with sod and wood walls. German kohler huts make one kind of grammar, Italian carbone another, and scholars still debate which yields ran truest under medieval hands. Your hands do not debate yield. They lie to seams with love until heat goes where it is useful. The charcoaler straightens and says, "Now lift," and you help him pull back a patch of turf low on the leeward side to give the dome a mouth where it will not contrive a throat elsewhere. He watches the new smoke as if it were a witness at the swanemote and nods again. The boys with nettle hair take up 2 clods like they were loaf heels and press them into a place where wind tried to be a lawyer. The clamp sulks, then accepts. A branch catches with a cat noise. The hound who audits cheese appears out of logic and lays down upwind, demonstrating professional not panic, and the charcoaler rewards him with a crust because industry must be fed even when you do not eat. Fringe lore peeks over the dome's shoulder in soot-colored stockings. The man shows you a small twig cross tucked under a turf flap. Elder twigs, not oak. Some charcoalers favor elder for warding. Envy, he says, because elder is polite to fire, and some tuck a coin under the hut threshold so faces without names pass by. He shrugs, less belief, more housekeeping. A tidy superstition that reminds him to act as if watched. You accept the courtesy of other people's museum of household theology and tuck the image beside ash root bundles and daisy wheels. An ember pops through where a root curved wrong and you cap it. With your palm's memory of pressure, no slap, all weight, until its rhetoric dies. A gust comes and the dome repeats its wish to be a small sun. You answer with more turf and less pride and your whole body becomes a sentence that reads, "Not tonight, thank you." Historians still debate the social place of charcoalers. Were they edge people, nearly wild, living in huts like apostrophes, or were they ordinary craftsmen with ordinary vices who wrote the forest's income in smoke? Sermonizers painted them as rough and tempting. Ballads painted them as tricksters with soot for masks. The truth is probably the same as always. People who worked at the pace of fire and learned to keep their voices low. You bend again and your thumb finds the daisy the face carver cut into your staff and your breath eases. The dome's glow withdraws to a comfortable sulk, and the smoke returns to the brown that means people will have nails in a month and soup not spoiled by panic tonight. The charcoaler says eat and offers a scrap of cheese promoted beyond its competence. Your pocket auditor's cousin approves, your saints. Bracket, hinge, don't be foolish, talk against your ribs like tools resting, and the reeve discovers that a shovel is very nearly a cup if you hold it correctly. The alewife pours broth into the concavity with diplomacy and no jokes, because jokes are expensive this close to victory and must be spent in silver not tin. Joke 3. Late and polite now that things have softened, asks whether you can register no proud light as a parish bylaw. You answer that it already is, has been, will be, because every person who keeps a dome from swagger owns part of the law. The charcoaler begins the long walk with his stick. Circle after circle at slow radius, tapping seams, coaxing breaths, adding turf where a dome forgets to be shy, and he names the phases under his breath the way an herbalist names leaves. Char, blue, brown, sweet, done not yet, and you feel how his taxonomy is not superstition but apprenticeship handed from wrist to wrist. He asks you to sit the vent eyes for an hour while he sleeps, not out of pride. Out of structure, sleeping fire requires sleeping people, waking fire requires waking people, and mixing these is how legends get teeth. Mainstream bead adds one last plank. Charcoal made bloomery iron less hungry and blast furnaces later greedy. Smelters' letters complain of short supply and high prices when weather or law pinched clamps. Whether forest law served iron or iron-bent law is a knot scholars still worry at. You worry instead at one seam that wants to gossip. The hound lifts his head when you do and puts his chin down when you succeed. Praise given in economy size. The hours become measured by breath. And a rook that turns on a hinge somewhere like a judge satisfied with a docket. The forester returns after a circuit of leaf and fence. Wolves, fine. Pigs, philosopher tired. Kiln, breathing as taught, and stands a while to let you know that not all watch his eyes. Some is presence, your shoulders drift down from their parade rest, and the clamp subsides into the thing it wanted to be. A cookpot for wood, making barrels of light saved for dark days. You think of the ferryman's plan. Hire the man with the shave tallies to set rushlights at the landing, to carry pegs to the causeway, and realize you are building him a vocabulary right now. This is rushlight in longer form. Patience fixed in black, transportable, countable. When you settle accounts tomorrow, you will put a stick of charcoal in his palm and call it a hinge you can strike with flint. The dome mumbles once like an old man telling a joke only he finds funny, and then falls into the deep breathing you came to. Love, you inventory your pockets. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow, living tonight as quiet structure at the fold. 3 bent saints behaving like punctuation in a sentence that needed commas, not exclamation points. 2 tree nails waiting to become commas on a bank. And 1 small crust you will feed to the hound, because auditors deserve bonuses when their reports include the word calm. Then you sit, thumb on daisy, breath the length of a lullaby that tries to make itself modest. The charcoaler wakes without twitching and reads the dome with one glance the way an experienced reader can predict the end of a story by the shape of its paragraph. He nods his hut prayer's last noun, hush, and you say the only word that fits the grammar of a fire returning to sleep. Present, not triumph, not sermon, merely the attendance the forest wants from its guests. And as dawn files a thin copper blade under the beech mast, the dome closes its eyes the rest of the way. Souls and pockets remain intact, and panic, refused a seat, slinks off down the lane to look for a village with worse manners. Oak shade gathers into a room with green rafters, and the clearing arranges itself the way a sentence arranges clauses when a difficult word walks in. Rod stand. Clerk sits with lap board on a stump. The forester posts his counting stick where roots choose not to argue. The alewife sets a cup that refuses to run dry when truth coughs. The reeve keeps his lemon in his pocket for once, and you arrive at procession pace with pockets taking attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow that keeps being useful today. 3 bent saints talking commas under your ribs, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, and the sacking that holds shaved ribs and 1 honest. 1 to teach the others their pitch. The man who shaved them waits at the fringe with his knife surrendered and his shoulders discovering what humility weighs. The clerk taps his board and draws a Daisy will in the margin because thinking likes petals. And then the new trouble arrives. Two men in yellowed livery with a parchment that looks like it recently learned to practice being important. A seal big as a coin of pride. And a mouth at each end. Two tongues of parchment cut from a shared belly so each can pretend to be whole. Chirograph they call it when documents are cut with married teeth to prevent mischief. And you see at once why your ribs whispered this morning about charters with two mouths. Joke one clears its throat and suggests you bring a comb for those teeth. You save the joke because the oak prefers verbs to quips. The man with the louder hat reads in a voice that wears borrowed. Boots, by writ of the Lord's ride east. Pavage and safe escort are to be collected at the lane and ford henceforth. 6 pence per stranger. Exceptions for household names filed with the reeve. Service rendered by gentlemen whose sleeves match. You feel the forest hold its breath the way the drowned causeway held when you asked it to. Not fear. A dignified pause while rules look for their chairs. The forester says nothing and that silence fits the clearing like a keystone. The alewife coughs once, seasoned with flour and persuasion, and the clerk, without looking up, murmurs, produce the twin, because married teeth sing truer in. Pairs, mainstream fact lays a sensible plank under the moment. Chirographs, indentures were cut with toothed or wavy lines. The word chirograph sometimes written across the join before cutting so has proved kin by matching letters and teeth. Tripartite versions fedlord, tenant, and witness. Seals and hands tried to make parchment behave like memory, and clerks pinched pounce, powder ground from cuttlefish bone, onto wet ink so it would not blur, which is a practical magic children consider dragon dust. Fringe detail peeks from the scribe's pouch here. Your clerk keeps a little pounce in a walnut shell and boys swear he can blow it over a temper and make it dry faster too. The clerk pretends not to hear the rumor because good tools prefer quiet reputations. The louder man produces a second strip and the teeth do not fit like cousins who never met. The clerk matches them top to bottom and the valley watches like a jury that found its spectacles. The letters across the scallop are a hair off. The ink a hair brisker on one half. The wax seal looks reused. An old saint's face turned upside down and pressed into new wax that remembers the first kiss. The reeve, to his credit, keeps his lemon asleep and asks for perambulation lines. If the ride claims pavage, we will see its borders recited in oak shade like law ought. The quiet man in yellow unfolds a map that behaves like theater. Broad brush, no hedges, no ashes where they bite perish, and the forester, with that voice that makes arithmetic sound like mercy, says, your oak there stands 3 fields north of itself. He taps soil with his stick, and the oak behind him approves with one small leaf motion that could be a sigh. Historians still debate how often charters were forged. Improved by abbeys, lords, even towns. Diplomatics, the study of hands and formulas, catches many with their dates in wrong shoes and their witnesses born 2 lifetimes too late. Some scholars argue the practice was regularization. Parchment catching up with custom. Others call it theater masquerading as justice. The truth wears both hats and changes them when wind shifts. The man with the hat tries again. Safety is expensive, gentlemen must be paid. And the oak shade answers with its patient basilisk stare that chews proud sentences into smaller bites. The clerk invites you to lay down your sacking. You do, red threads on suspects, blue on the honest mislaid one, and you tell the circle how the hue and cry ran through hazel, how mismatched sleeves learned to be a hinge rather than a trap, how the bundle came home, how you promised the river to hire example for pegs not headlines, and how a charter that sells safety smells like yesterday's rope dragged in from the fair. The alewife adds softly that pavage belongs to bridges and roads that exist as work, not to sleeves that exist as appetite. If a road needs mending, we can read the mending in timber, nails, and calluses, not in coins echo inside a pocket. Mainstream truth puts another plank. Across, the Charter of the Forest 1217 paired with Magna Carta to restore commons. Pannage, Estover's household wood, Turberry peat, and adjustment under watch, reigning royal teeth. Further perambulations in Edward's reign redrew bounds. Whether these kindnesses lived daily or slept. On vellum is another of those debates your ribs now host like polite lodgers. The forester reminds the court. Under leaves we voided a similar writ and appointed work. Styles mended. Bells hung at panage. Rushlights set. Today's paper smells like its cousin. A two-mouthed claim for a one-mouthed habit. And the clerk asks the men to name themselves through neighbors rather than through sleeves. They hem because names that live here do not enjoy being seen attached to paper that arrived from elsewhere. The hound with the honest nose, who has decided courts deserve canine jurisdiction too, leans against your knee and audits the room as no cheese. Large truth, joke 2 leans over your ear, volunteering to register a guild of nails against theatrical rope. You award it a quiet laugh because oak shade likes its jokes like its smoke. Light, the man who shaved ribs finds a voice no bigger than a bell clapper. Says he was hired yesterday to carry shaved sticks under his coat to the lane where the rope men stood. Paid in promises that someone would vouch if the village frowned. He gestures without pointing toward the louder hat, who reddens like a bad seal. The clerk twirls his quill once and lets the feather land. Testimony taken and the reeve. Perhaps enjoying his lemon less this week. Says the barn will keep its chest with a new hasp and the man with the knife will set rushlights at the hedgehog post for 2 weeks while dye fades from sleeves. The ferryman's will owe the Wisp Theater is already booked tonight. The quiet man in yellow whispers fee again and the alewife says my fee schedule accepts brush and pegs. And she smiles the way ovens do when proofing has gone just right. Mainstream bead adds a sobering line. Some charters were read at market crosses and church doors so memory could hear them and argue later. Some were tucked under altar stones. Some slept in coffers like owls sleep in barns. A charter is only a door if a parish walks through it often. Otherwise it is paint on wood. You speak your map again because the ferryman asked you last night to teach fog to listen. Hedgehog ferry post pricked with metals and nails. Boundary stones tapped present with 5-finger courtesy. Coppice stools that remember chairs. Owl doorway that keeps ledgers. Drowned causeway ribs that hum yes if you hum Kyrie. Lintel that bites worry so ankles behave. Ash root bundle that minds bad luck without bragging. Bells that turn pig arithmetic into music. A face carver's notch that lifts feet without speeches. And you end with a line the oak understands. Roads are things we do together. Not fees we pay to strangers. The clerk passes the 2 tongues of parchment to the forester, who lays them on the stump and invites the men to set their seals again in public. They balk because wax hates daylight when it has already kissed twice. The clerk smiles without teeth and says we will keep these halves as a lesson in married letters that slept separately. Let the perambulation be walked at rogation. Beating the bounds with boys who will remember welts longer than words. Another mainstream truth. Parish perambulations marked limits by walking them. Prayers and light taps to teach bodies what maps forget. And the alewife volunteers blue ribbon at each daisy will scratched on gates this year so boarders walk inside color as well. As inside feet, historians still debate whether beating the bounds made property or protected memory. Some call it law in boots, others liturgy with sticks. You think it is both. And also rehearsal for neighborliness in seasons when paper tries to rent the air between hedges. The verdict arrives with very little trumpet. Writ voided, halves held by clerk and forester. Men in yellow to mend 3 stiles by sunset and to stand at the causeway with brush and pegs to obey the groan until it learns to hum content again, and to copy under the owl doorway the charter of the forest once in clean hand so their wrists will remember what their sleeves forgot. The man with the knife nods as if a hinge had just been oiled in his chest. Fringe lore pulls up a 3-legged stool. People say rubbing a seal with bacon grease tempts dogs and mice to eat law. You file that under unsanctioned experiments and watch the hound refuse interest in wax because he has higher standards than folklore. Joke 3 wonders aloud whether the oak will invoice the writ for shade wasted. The oak declines to bill because it remembers last year's drought and prefers generosity to bookkeeping. The clerk tucks the tongues into his bag with cuttlefish pounce and broken quills and looks at your sacking of ribs the way a mason looks at a plumb line that wants to be believed. You separate the honest from the shaved. Let the shaved be confessed by the man who made them, and lay all on the stump. He fits each suspect to its mate, listens for the click that sounds like truth, and when it comes the whole clearing. Breathes little the way a kiln sighs when air finds its key. The reeve attempts a speech about vigilance, and you see him stop halfway because he has discovered that speeches shrink under oak shade. He settles instead for signing the hasp order and requesting that the boy with nettle hair swing the hammer, which is precisely the ritual you asked the world for yesterday. Mainstream truth folds in one last plank. Forest airs, great royal courts, rolled through shires and terrified villages. Fines for vert and venison written as if trees and deer were coin. Whether that system preserved or pillaged is a page scholars still write in the margins of, but under oaks like this most days, where smaller justice, brush paid, bells hung, roads mended with hands rather than rhetoric, the men in yellow remove their hats and look briefly like people rather than uniforms, which is a good beginning for any. Repentance, the hound decides the session adjourned and ticks his tail twice. A motion carried, you inventory your pockets. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a quiet oath. Forester's cross, willow slip behaving like future in present tense. 3 bent saints practicing punctuation. Shaved ribs lighter by confession. Honest rib heavier by appreciation. And you feel the daisy the carver hid for your thumb nudge your breath into the meter that made bog water remember manners. You bow whole hand to the oak because doors deserve thanks when they choose to be rooms, and you leave the shade with a verdict that feels like furniture, rather than theater. 2 mouths shut, 1 road opened, 3 styles promised, and a village that prefers pegs to pride walking away at procession pace, carrying the law in wrists and ankles where it cannot be shaved. You walk the lane at procession pace while the evening tries to be gold on a budget, and the village gathers itself for St. John with a noise like hemmed laughter. Trim, careful, because bread has gone to numbers and songs must mind their measure. The alewife has chalked a circle near the ale stake and written in flour, "Feast without bread. Bring what keeps. No boasting." The forester stands with his counting stick learning how to count. Candles instead of hooves. The reeve keeps his lemon in his pocket like a coin he has promised not to spend. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and close the lantern slit to a kindness, because proud light near a meager feast is like bragging in a short winter. Joke 1 remembers last year's careless midsummer leap and offers to form a fire brigade of 1. You decline because the charcoaler's grammar, no proud flames, owns the night, and because the drowned causeway owes you ribs intact at dawn. Mainstream fact steadies your thoughts like a bench. Across medieval Europe, midsummer, St. John's even day. Lit bonfires on hills, rolled burning wheels, hung herbs especially street. John's wort in doorways and drove cattle through smoke for luck. Dew gathered at dawn was said to cure and beautify, and people sang while wheels and wreaths turned. The church set liturgy on top of older custom until both learned to share a calendar. You settle by the chalk circle where the alewife has placed a pot the size of a vow. And you shoulder your part of the gentler rite you promised. No flames to boast, just to simmer the color of patience and herbs that have learned to wait. You lay on the board what you can afford, 2 onions that'll outlast a rumor, a fist of chickweed, and a handful of nettles tamed by boiling. Your pockets take attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow behaving nicely in today. 3 bent saints talking commas under your ribs, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish. And you add the face carver's leaf plank to the edge of the green where feet become sloppy by custom. The carved mouth bites worry smaller and, as promised, slows ankles without sermons. The alewife ties blue at one post and red at another so the circle remembers sky and boundary both. The bell woman hangs 2 little swine bells from the broomstake. Lesson from pannage turned into music. And the boy with nettle hair brings a garland woven of 9 herbs because his aunt swears 9 pleases the year. Fringe detail laughs into your ear. Some swear that on St. John's night fern seeds turn invisible men visible. Or is it the other way round, and that if you catch the seed at midnight you gain invisibility yourself? Girls float wreaths on streams to read marriages the way clerks read margins. One widow smears egg white in water to watch it curdle into ship shapes and say whether her son will return by sea. You do not guarantee results. You guarantee kettle watch. The forester says the word the woods need. Hush. Then the clerk arrives with his lap bored as if law had been invited to eat thin stew and still gladly came. He draws a small daisy in the margin, because thinking likes petals even at festivals. And the reeve, astonishingly, fetches 2 tree nails from his sleeve and lays them by the pot as if to say hinge night today. Not blaze, historians still debate whether these midsummer fires were Christian saints wearing older solstice clothes or a civilization that kept 2 wardrobes and changed in public. Some read sermons against leaping over fire and see anxious clergy taming stubborn sun worship. Others read parish accounts buying tar and see practical communities enjoying light with a saint's blessing. The record is a braid, and tonight the braid is quiet. You propose a rite that does not lie. Instead of leaping flames, we will walk the field boundaries like beating the bounds in slippers. Touch each post with 5 finger palms. Whisper present to stones. And at every gate scratch a little fish breath notch under a leaf so even in dark ankles feel instruction. The alewife approves on condition that no one whistle charcoal or taboo and that the circle comes back to soup hot and tales honest. The ferryman appears as he does. As if River had filed this visit understanding custom, and he brings with him a string of rushlights he braided from the reed bed and dipped at the miller's grease. A ribbon of small moons that do not pretend to be sun, and he says, even moths deserve a calendar. You thank him with your whole hand because pointing at water pricks eternity. Joke 2 offers to submit your new right to the Office of Seasonal Adjustments for approval. You stamp it with Saint Don't Be Foolish and proceed. The procession begins, not pomp, practice, children first because their knees forgive ditches. Then old shoulders that remember last. Year's St. John laughter. Then you with your staff daisy under thumb. Forester with his stick. Clerk with lap board. Reeve with his lemon asleep. Alewife with a ladle that has learned to be a scepter when necessary. You visit the owl doorway first because ledgers like to be saluted before stories begin. You tap the stone, say present to the arch, and whisper to the chest that honest ribs and shaved confessions will be read tomorrow in shade. Then you cross to the lane where the biting lintel taught ankles humility and lay a rushlight at its foot. Not proud light, a candle that apologizes as it burns. Mainstream truth threads a sober strand. Between Easter and harvest lived the hungry gap. That late spring, early summer when old grain thins and new is not ripe. Peas and nettles speak louder than wheat. So feasts without bread were not oddities but choreography. Villages turned saints' days into ration music, a skill as holy as chant. You walk field edges, touch posts, call present, scratch the little notch the carver taught under leaves, and teach 2 girls to do the same with their thumbs so their feet will remember the instruction without needing you. At the hedgehog ferry post you tie 1 rushlight high. The ferryman nods because the river has asked for that kindness for 3 nights and you have begun to pay. You detour to the fold where the wolf looked at you like a hard question and not blue and red near the mended gap. Color as policy again. And you promise the hound a small cheese retainer when the year remembers generosity. He accepts with a sigh, auditor satisfied. At the drowned causeway you do not light anything. Gas likes theater. But you lay 2 tree nails on the bank and hum the Kyrie, until the peat remembers you politely. Then back to the green where the pot has thickened from rumor to supper, and the bell-woman rings the small swine alto twice to say, "Sit, talk, be kind." The songs begin thin, then fatten on vowels. No leaps, only a patient braid of call and answer. Harvest songs rehearsed without boasting. St. John's laughter translated into rationed rhythm. The reeve surprises himself by keeping time instead of timekeeping, which counts as a step towards sainthood under practical criteria. The miller arrives with a loaf baked legal small, and therefore precious, and sets it on the sill where the assize would like to see it measured. The alewife cuts it into equal ninths with that portable cross she draws on dough and gives each piece a name: kiln watcher, fold sitter, clamp walker, fairy singer, bell ringer, chickweed bringer, nettle tamer, hue and crier, and clerk who draws daisies. The ninth she feeds to the pot as an argument for tomorrow. Fringe lore reaches from an apron pocket, some Boyle Street. John's wort hypericum and hang it over doors to banish nightmares. Some leap through smoke to send fleas packing. Some put the herb under a pillow to dream a spouse. You settle for lacing your soup with a sprig because nightmares prefer poor lighting and you are offering them none. You invent with the face carver's plank and the bell-woman's brass. A little right for thresholds. Each household hangs a bell on the latch, a string of rush, and a single herb tied with red. Neighbors walk the ring at dusk, whole hand hello to doors, murmuring now, "Be a mouth that chews worry, not a mouth that bites ankles." The bells answer with the gentlest possible yes. Historians still debate whether such charms were faith dressed in weeds or memory dressed in housekeeping. Folklorists write libraries about 9 herb bundles, deer tongue in shoes for luck, and ash twigs at lintels. Priests sometimes scolded, sometimes smiled. The truth is that doors like company, and fear forgets its keys when doors keep ringing softly. The jokes you allow the night are small and edible. Someone suggests registering this holiday under a new name. St. John without drama. You second the motion, and the forester, deadpan, moves to establish a yearly budget of rush and calm. Carried, the ferryman asks you for his toll, the map in your mouth, and you recite it as instructed. Not for applause but for fog, hedgehog post, boundary stones present, coppice chairs, owl doorway, drowned causeway ribs, lintel that bites worry, ash root bundle minding bad luck. Bells for pigs, daisy under thumb, blue and red where sky and law shake hands. He nods once and the ore seems to weigh less. The pot yields bowls that steam like legal breath. The clerk pricks a daisy on his board and writes a line to be read tomorrow aloud under leaves. That feasts may be true even when thin, that rights may be gentle when flames are proud, that debt may be paid in hinges and patience and songs that do not lie. The reeve, who has endured an evening without instruments of theater, produces something better, silence at the right moments, and the miller whispers that the kiln breathed well thanks to charcoal that chose soup over swagger. You pass the leaf plank around the circle once, hands touching the bite as if to learn its grammar, then set it back at the ditch where tired feet turn careless. Joke 3 proposes you appoint the plank to office. Undersecretary of ankles, and the plank accepts without remarks, which is the correct tone for officials. You walk home at procession pace under a sky that has discovered the art of being frugal with stars, bells tapping from latches like a rumor of kindness. The wolf hair in your sacking has stopped feeling like a warning and started feeling like a receipt. Your saints in the pocket talk the day into commas. The daisy under your thumb steadies the breath that will carry you through tomorrow's leaf court, and St. John's laughter, paired to something honest, keeps time on the rim of your ribs like a spoon on a clay cup. Not showy, true, you inventory before sleep, ferryman's tally with red thread. Bright as a small oath, forester's cross, willow slip that keeps agreeing to be future. 3 bent saints promoted again to co-workers, 2 rushlights saved for the hedgehog post. One handful of nettles converted to neighborly soup. And you add a new thing to the ledger you will carry under oaks. A rite that lets hungry people keep dignity by letting songs wear simple clothes. You end the night the way the charcoaler ends a shift, palm on lid, whispering present to ember. And the village, satisfied that no one tried to outshine the moon on a thin pantry, lays its head down on the green's soft grammar and learns how to dream without lying. The road lifts a rumor before it lifts dust. A soft cough of news that tries to be polite and fails. And you feel it before the words arrive. Travelers walking with the wrong rhythm. A peddler's bell kept on a short leash. An abbey boy sent home early carrying more messages than cheese. You pinch your lantern slit to courtesy and lift your whole hand. No pointing pricks, because the day is suddenly a door and doors deserve manners. The first man you meet shows you nothing. A hat that practiced humility. A bundle tied thrice. A face that has learned to be furniture. And then everything. A sprig of rue pinned at the brim. A clove-studded scrap tied to a neck string. And a way of breathing that counts. Not brags, pestilence westward, he says, and touches 2 fingers to the air as if signing a document he cannot read. Market closed. Bells rung at odd hours. A cart that did not pretend. He does not say plague. The lane says it for him in the way nettles lean away from his calves and a rook hinges once and refuses a second look. Your pockets inventory themselves for calm. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow behaving stubbornly in today. And 3 bent saints. Bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. And you take the news at procession pace to the green where decisions learn to wear boots. The alewife wipes the sill as if polishing courage and sets out vinegar and a ladle because vinegar is how people wash fear when water seems overfamiliar. The forester arrives with his counting stick. Not for hooves today but for thresholds. And the reeve, astonishingly, keeps his lemon in his pocket as if it were a child asked to watch, not speak. Joke 1 clears its throat and proposes you rename the village to no vacancies. You keep the joke on a leash because laughter at the wrong time is a door banging in wind. Mainstream fact walks in with a steady step. Later and elsewhere towns like Ragusa and Venice will invent Quarantina, 40 days for ships and souls under watch in lazarettos. Naming the number so thoroughly that quaranta becomes quarantine in other mouths. Earlier, leper hospitals outside gates rang clappers for distance and care, a frontier of charity and management, paired. The idea is not panic, it is tempo. The forester nods toward the Lych Way and the Hedgehog Ferry Post and says, "We are all gates now, and the bells we hang must count." Not frightened, you make a quick map on your tongue because the ferryman demands his toll in stories at dusk and because stories keep feet civil. Owl doorway ledger, drowned causeway ribs, biting lintel lane, fold where wolves learn to read blue and red without eating the dictionary, face carver's notch that lifts ankles, rushlights at the landing for moths and fog, and you fit the new rumor into the old map. If sickness walks like weather, then weather needs hedges. Not walls, hedges with gates that open for milk, and close for theater. The peddler shows you a charm, triangle of letters abracadabra thinning to a point, and tells you in the tone of a man who knows he cannot afford certainty that shaving words smaller might shave. Sorrow too. Fringe detail leans in with rue on its breath. Some markets keep vinegar stones, hollowed bowls where coins bathe before hands. Whether it cures or simply slows the tale, nobody knows, but stone that drinks vinegar teaches patience even to money. You borrow the practice without borrowing the brag and set a bowl by the ale stake with a blue thread tied to the handle so people can consent to the new grammar without pretending to enjoy it. Historians still debate whether fleas on black rats did most of the ferrying or whether human fleas and lice carried more than anyone wants to admit. Whether ships or saddlebags led the dance. Whether every wave of pestilence is one river or many. Your rib bones vote for humility in data and kindness in policy. The clerk arrives with his lapboard and writes a daisy wheel at the margin because thinking likes petals. He drafts a quiet order, not doors barred, doors that answer. Travelers speak to vinegar and distance, sleep outside under rush that remembers roofs. Bread passed with handled ladles, not bare hands. Bells rung at vespers, not for panic, but for inventory. How many mouths, how much soup? The reeve tries a sentence about closing the ford, and the ferryman answers from the river's edge with a sentence you can live near. We keep lanes, we change the cost, tolls paid in patience, not coin. 40 heartbeats at the landing while I look you in the face and ask if your breath needs space. Joke 2 volunteers to paint 40 heartbeats on the post like a tavern sign. You decide the day has room for one small grin, then tie red and blue at the hedgehog post so the color alphabet does what signs can't. The face carver appears quietly with 2 planks in a pocket of tree nails and says faces change pace better than words. He sets one leaf mouth near the lane and the other at the ferry stile, biting worry into chewable pieces, and scratches the little fish breath notch beneath because instruction that toes can feel saves tempers. Mainstream truth steadies a plank under your thought. Saint Sebastian's arrows and Saint Roche's dog become plague saints in paintings. Processions walked with candles and petitions. Some cities forbade them when crowds made breath into ladders. Whether prayer helped or hurt depends on which ledger you read, miracle books, death rolls, or city statutes that tried not to scold. God in writing, and scholars still debate what helped most. Smoke of herbs, air of hills, or the modest miracle of leaving each other a little room. The forester appoints watches at the gates with the same quiet voice he used on wolves. Whole hand greetings, no proud light, Kyrie if the night asks for tempo. The hound of honest nose audits each traveler gently and gets a bonus of cheese rind because auditors who do not bark at fear deserve stipends. You escort the peddler to the owl doorway because ledgers like confessions that are not confessions. Who slept where, who coughed when, who needs nettles and who needs a gate. And he says nothing dramatic, only that the town 3 days back painted small crosses in chalk on 3 doors and that a woman hung a posy of wormwood and believed it would teach air new manners. You do not correct her because air likes to be schooled by confidence as well as by craft. You hum the Kyrie under your breath as you walk the boundary, and the drowned causeway answers with one civil groan that means the ribs remember your name. You lay 2 tree nails on the bank, not offering punctuation, and the causeway keeps its tea brown. Temper. The alewife teaches the village a new habit that looks like play, tossing apples across a marked circle into bowls so hands learn to throw food instead of handing it. A small change, a big piece, the miller offers to grind at second cockcrow for travelers so the mill stays roomy by day. And the clerk pricks a daisy at the news because policy has found a kindly hour. The reeve, to his credit, invents a role he can stand to play, standing at 6 paces with his lemon asleep, reading out the list of households with someone to protect on the lane so travelers will see faces and know the village is not a scarecrow. It is a choir. Fringe lore runs through with a rattle. A barber's man offers you a pomander pierced like a small planet, stuffed with vinegar bread and herbs. He swears if you hold it to your nose your thoughts will smell like nurseries not graves. You buy it for the price of a rumor, because rumors must be paid in their own currency, and hang it from your staff below. The daisy so breath finds a new track. Mainstream bead leaves one more steady fact at your elbow. Churchyards in pest years widened their hospitality and lich gates earned their roof. Wills multiplied under witness. Some towns posted bills of mortality counting. All of it numbers and nouns trying to pin whether you keep your map alive in fog by carrying the ferryman's toll to him at dusk. Hedgehog post tied with red and blue. Boundary stones tapped present. Coppice chairs. Owl doorway ledger true. Causeway ribs polite. Lintel that bites. Ash root bundle minding bad luck. Bells on latches. Vinegar bowl shining like a small moon, and he listens like a bank listening to a levy, then points his or at your chest as if to say, teach that to the next traveler so the tax collects itself. Joke 3, gentle and small. suggests printing handbills titled How to Be a Breath in Company. You settle for teaching 2 children to hold their palms like doors and say present from 6 paces. Because children do not read, but they edit adult behavior when watched. The knight tests your hedge once. A pilgrim with tin Beckett grins foolishly and tries to kiss 4 hands. The hound sits between impulse and custom, and the pilgrim remembers he owns a mouth for hymns, not for proofs. The swanemote under leaves meets at dawn in thinner company, so rods here cases with room in the shade. The shaved tally man stands there too, now taller because he sets rushlights at the landing each dusk. Example, earning bone. You hold up the vinegar bowl for the court and name it the patience stone, lightly, and the oak shade tolerates the joke because it understands property in this parish, includes customs and the tools that enforce them. Historians still debate whether closing gates saved towns or starved them, whether quarantine kept bread honest or left milk to weep beyond wood. Your hedge method will not satisfy a university, but it will satisfy a fairy that needs to count souls without bruises, and that is the math you can afford. The second roomer arrives 3 days later with a cart of wool that smells of rain. The carter hangs back of his own wit, asks the reeve to read him the new rules, and takes his bowl of nettle soup with thanks from 6 paces. He leaves a ribbon of green to tie beside blue and red because he says will likes memory as much as law. You take the ribbon and invent a new line in your color alphabet. Green for work that must go through even when breath wants hedges, and your bones relax a little because now policy has a palette children can recite. The ferryman asks you for the total at twilight and you give him numbers without crowing. 3 nights of rush at the landing, 40 heartbeats taught to 5 strangers, vinegar stone emptied and refilled twice. 1 song invented for distance that still sounds like company. He thanks you with a figure 8 of the or that looks like an infinite loop of yes. You inventory your pockets, ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip stubbornly promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints calmer than your pulse. 1 small pomander planet, 2 tree nails for commas on riverbanks when weather wants to write. Run-ons, and you walk the lane with your daisy under your thumb, humming the Kyrie because air likes to hear that people remember how to move in chorus. You do not call the thing by its hardest name because the road carries enough of that. You call your rules by the names of saints who mind hinges and dogs who mind honesty. You call your hedge good. You call your doors mouths that chew worry and spit it small. And when the rook turns on its hinge to checks its ledger on you, you pass, solvent in patience, rich in verbs that do not bruise, and ready to be a gate that opens when it should and closes without drama when it must. The roomer arrives with ribbons on it. Blue for sky, red for law, green for work, and a 4th, gold, tied by a stranger's fingers that have practiced crowds. You feel the shift before the words, breaths hitching, palms facing up as if waiting for proof to land neatly, and the lane turning itself into a nave, so you pinch your lantern slit to courtesy, lift your whole hand because pointing pricks, and find the pop-up shrine on the green. A table draped with a pilgrim's cloak, a wooden box the size of a holy paragraph, a crystal ampulla nested inside like a bright comma, a sliver of bone in it, and a tag on a ribbon that says in letters very sure of themselves, St. Hubert, Wolfsbane, plagues break, pay by the blessing. The man behind it smiles a miller's smile without flour, practiced, not breaded, and touches the glass with 2 fingers as if coaxing the crowd toward reverence. You let your pockets take attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip for tomorrow behaving stubbornly in today. And your 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs, and settle into procession pace because crowds copy tempo faster than arguments do. Joke 1 proposes you launch Miracor, an app that connects urgent needs with gently suspicious eyebrows. You keep the joke holstered because the village's eyebrows are already awake. Mainstream fact takes a sensible seat at the front. Relics, bones, hair, cloth moved Europe's feet and purses. Canterbury's Becket drew pilgrims in pewter flocks. Compostella's scallop shells clinked on hats. Shrines issued badges and letters of authentication. Bishops signed translations. Reliquaries blossomed like gardens of gold and rock crystal. Some kings kept cramp rings, blessed metal for seizures. And saints' bodies were translated with procession and parchment, sometimes stolen in pious thefts, furta sacra, that monasteries wrote about later with straight faces. Whether commerce wagged devotion or devotion wagged commerce is something historians still debate. Some read account rolls and see piety paying wages for light and help. Others read satire and see a market with bells. Tonight your village contains both readers. The alewife stands at the sill with a ladle that has learned to be a scepter. The forester measures the box with his eyes as if it were a hoof print. The reeve, astonishingly, keeps his lemon asleep, and the clerk has appeared with lap-board closed as if law would like to begin with listening. The stranger bows, whole hand polite, and explains that a hermit upriver found the bone when the river spat up a chest in flood, that wolves have avoided his camp since, that fever dodged his niece, that coins can be coins or brush and pegs. He is not proud on the point of payment. He is proud on the point of possession. You nod because he has chosen the village's favorite word. Pegs, and then look closer at the wooden box, and your map begins to speak, not loud, just the tone that saved ankles from the biting lintel and men from tea-colored water. There under the lip a tiny string of slits, fish breath, exactly like the face carver scratches beneath leaves to teach feet to lift, and along the grain a penciled marriage numeral, 12, in a hand you saw in the shed with patience and linseed. And at the hinge a tree nail shaved by the same knife the carver uses when wood needs to remember a lesson. The box is local and young, not a survivor from flood. Your palm rests on your staff and finds the daisy the carver hid there. Breath lengthens, voice loosens, you lift your whole hand, not accusatory, greeting the box as if it were a threshold, and ask the first question that does not bruise. Who made the house for this relic? The man hesitates and names a good Christian, which is a category, not a craft. The boy who smells of oak shavings, apprentice from the face carver's shed, turns red and then brave and says the box was a rush job paid in coin from a sleeve that had never met furniture. He points with his whole hand, not his finger, toward the stranger's cloak, kindness wrapped around honesty. The forester glances at you because this is the hinge you hoped for. The alewife clears her throat with professional tact, offers the stranger a shallow bowl of vinegar, our patience stone, and says softly that crowds step straighter when stories drink first. The man drinks because refusing vinegar is ruder than refusing coin. He lays on more tale, letters from an abbey you have never heard of, a seal that looks like St. Hubert's key though its iron seems newly convinced of its mission. Fringe detail pokes its head from under the cloak of the moment. St. Hubert's keys, heated irons, were pressed once upon a time to bites in a mix of cautery and charm. Some wore bits of iron on red thread as wards for dogs and men. Whether iron helps more than kindness is a question older than sermons. Your own honest-nosed auditor pads in and leans against your shin, auditing this smell as new box, old hope. The crowd teeters, reverence sliding toward rage because hunger makes skepticism sharp, and fear makes long knives out of short words. You put your palm on air the way you do on the causeway when Pete gets ideas and say, soft verbs, no proud light, we will not test saints with. Theater, we will test stories with places. Bring your relic for a walk, map first, miracle after. The ferryman, who knows about tolls taught by stories, nods and says a map is how rivers decide whom to carry. The clerk opens his lap board and draws a daisy in the margin because thinking wants petals at parades too. You take the procession, small, measured, no trumpet. Along the lanes where your map has earned right of way, hedgehog ferry post with medals like a hedgehog's quills pointing kindness inward. Boundary stones tapped present with whole hand courtesy. Owl doorway where ledgers breathe and ribs confess. The the drowned causeway where will-o'-wisps do auditions you do not attend. And at each stop you ask the relic for a memory, not a trick, who slept here and was eased, which boy's cough learned manners, which sow's fever tired, names, not applause. The man offers three. One is the piglet whose bell you tied. He tries to borrow your story and you let the piglet keep its own chapter. The second is the beater with the oak leaf wreath, and the beater coughs and says his cure was barley and patience at the kiln. The third is a widow, whom you call with your whole hand. She comes, she nods. She says the smoke of St. John's pot and the leaf plank that changed my pace did as much as bone and ribbon, which is not an insult to bone. Only to boasting, mainstream truth keeps a steady plank beneath the crowd. Multiple heads of John the Baptist circulated in Europe without creating more men. Ampullae of holy blood sold like, whether in tiny flasks, and cathedral chapters issued seals to keep shrines reputable. Whether duplicates were fraud or fragments of a sincere geology of holiness is a quarrel scholars still enjoy. Furta sacra cases read like heists dressed in church Latin. You stand where lane meets river and ask the ferryman to listen. He puts his or to his ear the way some men put shells and says the river approves saints who like work. Not fees. If the bone wants to belong here, it will prefer hinges to headlines. Joke 2 seizes the moment and offers to promote you to acting director of due relic process. You smile the size of a treenail head and decline the title. Accept the work. The face carver arrives. Arms dusty, mouth amused and sad at once. He owns the box with a nod and says he can teach any wood to behave, but he cannot teach a story to be older with. A knife, he lifts the lid. Not irreverent, carpenter reverent. And you all look at the sliver swimming in glass like a syllable trapped between clauses. The hound sniffs once and gives a shrug that means neither cheese nor wolf. You suggest a gentle ordeal, words renamed as practice. Leave the bone under the owl doorway's moon. Not for trial by fire or water lateran forbade those blessings. And you keep that bead steady, but for a night of neighbor watch, a roster like a kiln's, a ledger of any ease that happens without theater. In the morning we will let the beach shade speak. The clerk writes the roster. The alewife sets down rushlights because moths must read too. The forester posts his stick as if it were a church rod. The reeve, this new reeve you are beginning to like, keeps his lemon sleeping and appoints the boy with nettle hair to hold the first hour, because it was his hue and cry that taught the village not to accept rope as liturgy. Fringe lore kicks its heels. Some swear that true relics sweat or flower, exude sweet drops on their feast days. Others swear false relics sweat when thieves are nearby. You write both on the museum card titled encouraging but unreliable. The stranger tries to take offense and finds he cannot because you have let him keep dignity while removing his exit lines. He admits he bought the ampulla at a roadside cross where a trader swore reams, not reeds, and that he added Hubert because wolves sell better than anonymous sanctity. This confession is not a miracle, but it is neighborly. The night wakes thin and measured. The bone sits under Owl's stone with the rushlight ribbon the ferryman brought from Reed's. The hound naps like a footnote, and the village breathes the way it learned at causeways and clamps. Quiet, timely, useful. Dawn needs the lane. The beach shade arranges its court face, and the clerk draws a daisy before hearing. Mainstream bead steps in with another plank. Some diocese issued authentics, written proofs for relics with seals and witnesses. Others tolerated local collections, messy and vivid. Whether papers prevented fraud or merely rearranged it is not clear even now. The crowd returns with no theater in its pockets, and the widow speaks first. I slept and did not dream my dead. I do not know whether it was the bones' plan or the soup's. Either way, I will keep both if they behave. The beater says my cough minded its manners. It will misbehave at harvest because it likes attention. The face carver shrugs because wood told him nothing during his hour but listened well, and that is worth more than miracle on a short. Pantry, the verdict you would like slides into the clearing as if it belonged to everyone. Relic stays as guest, not king. Box stays because craft is true even when stories are not. Coin becomes brush and pegs. The stranger becomes a man with jobs. Set rushlights at the landing with the shaved rib penitent. Carry pegs to the principal groan. Help the bellwoman hang latches so doors can chew worry without biting ankles. And when plague rumors sing, he will carry the vinegar bowl. Not promises. Historians still debate whether the cult of saints was a safety net or a sales floor. Whether it kept mercy near or kept money moving. Your village's answer today is modest. You buy small hope at cost and refuse to let it draw a salary when it has not yet shown up for work. Joke 3 stretches after its nap and suggests carving a label for the box, relic, probationary. The clerk suppresses a smile and writes instead, guest reliquary, held in trust by neighbors, to be weighed by works. The ferryman accepts his toll at dusk. The map in your mouth, and you add new waymarks to his ferry hymn. Hedgehog post with rushlight string, owl doorway with guest bone and roster, beach shade with daisies and rods, biting lintel where reverence becomes. Pace not stumble, and the causeway that groans until pegs teach it to hum. He listens like a bank that has learned benevolence is a kind of interest. You inventory your pockets. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip that keeps promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints amused to be supervising a saint in training. 2 tree nails for commas on a bank and 1 small doubt you will keep. Polished so it does not turn cruel, and you walk at procession pace because today taught a true thing. A village can choose reverence without hiring deceit, can put a bone under an owl and call it neighbor until it proves saint, and can ask maps to bless miracles by showing them where bread and patience already live. You end the day with your thumb on the daisy, humming the Kyrie because even saints, when they visit, like to be sung to sleep in a key that sounds like work done kindly. Dawn tastes of wet wool and alum, and the lane toward the eastern ride smells like a dyer has been arguing with a river, woad, urine, smoke, and that mineral rasp you learned at the kiln, a smell that says color is merely patience with teeth. You keep the lantern slit small, proud light in a yard full of cloth is vanity, and lift your whole hand because pointing pricks. Then the camp comes into view as if it were a market that chose uniforms, a canvas shed, an oaken chest with a little anvil for seals, skeins strung like tame rainbows under a beech, and 3 men in sleeves that finally match. Their dog, no auditor of cheese, merely an amateur in naps, rolls a single lazy eye and decides you are not a headline. Your pockets take attendance by touch, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, Forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip still promising tomorrow even while working. Overtime today and your 3 bent saints. Bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. You have come for the mark of the eastern ride. The official cut and thread the Forester hinted would carry you past posted men, without being harvested for fees. The same ribbon, badly chosen, could not you to sleeves that do not agree with forests. Joke 1 clears its throat and suggests a new life as regional brand. Ambassador, you decline on grounds that your brand prefers hinges to headlines. The beach above writes mild opinion into the air, leaf light on scales, and the oldest sleeve man gestures whole hand to the bench. He speaks in a voice that would like to be generous if paperwork allowed. Travelers, messengers, ferrymen's friends. We issue passes in color. He points to ropes of blue, red, green, and a yellow that thinks highly of itself. Blue for boundary, good and old. Red for writs and water. Green for work that must go through even when breath wants hedges. Yellow for the ride. Tie 2 and you are a helper. Tie 3 and you are ours until we say otherwise. You feel your ribs stiffen, knots have tempers, and you set your staff across your knees with the daisy the face carver scratched hidden under your thumb. Breath lengthened to the key that kept Pete polite, Mainstream fact steadies the bench. Kings tried to standardize cloth before they tried to standardize people. The assize of cloth in the late 12th century set widths, and alnagers later sealed bolts with lead to swear they kept. Honest measure. Guilds stamped marks. Towns fined shrunken fabrics. Cloth carried law like bread carried sermons. The ride's chest wears a little sealing iron with a beast upon it. The beast looks like a dog that got into heraldry and liked it. The forester, who came by a softer path and has been watching you, not the men, tips his stick at your tally. Keep your map. Find thread that does not hire you. The youngest sleeve man produces a trial ribbon, yellow twined with blue, and demonstrates the knot they prefer, neat, quick, proprietary. He ties it around your wrist. It feels like a polite handcuff. You admire the neatness, then untie it slowly so your fingers have time to decide who they belong to. Fringe detail arrives from a far shore with salt in its pockets. Some coasts sold wind in knotted cords. 3 knots for 3 breezes. Sailors paid and pulled the first for a mild favor, the second for a hard friend, the third only if they liked lawsuits with gods. Whether the knots worked or merely taught patience is a debate the cords decline to resolve. You lay your own color alphabet on the beach bench the way you lay tree nails on a bank. Red from the ferryman, blue from boundary stones and hedges, green from the wool carter who asked for a lane when plague rumors sang. These you twine not tightly, just enough for memory to hold. I will wear these because the village made them true. I will add yellow if yellow means I can pass with pegs, bells, and maps. Not if it means I must fetch gentlemen to invent tolls at muddy forks. The oldest sleeve man considers the knot like a carpenter considers a beam that might be honest. He asks what work you propose in exchange for thread that opens gates. You recite the list you have been rehearsing since the ferryman tapped his or like a gavel. Rushlight ladder at the hedgehog post for 3 dusks. Pegs carried to the causeway's principal groan. A bell hung where pigs become paragraphs. 3 styles completed under rods with witnesses who draw daisies when they think, and the vinegar bowl, the patience stone, kept for travelers so breath can be counted without bruising. The chest's little anvil looks pleased. The youngest sleeve frowns, he enjoys fees. And the middle one yawns in the honest style of someone learning how not to be a bandit when the uniform is new. Historians still debate whether bastard feudalism, those networks of livery badges, retainers, and favors, ruined order or merely replaced it with a version local enough to function. Some read statutes against livery and maintenance and see corruption. Others read village minutes and see quick help in bad weather. Your day prefers help you can nail to a style. The dog gets up long enough to resign from napping and come sniff your staff. He finds the pomander planet you bought from the barber's boy and sneezes, filing a report that says the air around you has been trained to behave. The forester, quiet as a daisy under a thumb, points with his whole hand to the color rope. Take yellow in a cut that says courtesy, not service. There is such a cut. The men blink as if he named a small heresy, then nod. They know the stitch. The clerk of threads, no lap board, a chalk at his ear, pulls out a strip of yellow and slices it diagonal. Swallowtail, the way banners are trimmed when they sign guest, not bond. He plucks a twist of single-ply woad and a whisper of madder, marries them with a barley loop, and ties all 3 to the yellow with a knot you do not know. Then teaches it to your hands, press and slip, no choke, a sailor's mercy. If you pull wrong, it loosens. If someone else pulls wrong, it loosens faster. Joke 2. Arriving right on time offers to patent this as the irregular kindness knot. You decide the name is too proud for a thread that wants to be useful. Paper must still be convinced. The chest's little anvil receives your ribbon, and the sealing iron kisses a lead pellet into a disc. The beast on it is meant to be fearsome. Today it looks merely busy. The forester asks for the seal to hang from string, not nail. He dislikes the look of nails in things that breathe. The oldest sleeve man agrees because he has noticed. The beach listening. Mainstream bead adds a plank. Woad made blue before indigo crossed seas. Weld made yellow. Madder made red. Kermes, tiny insects, made king's crimson before cochineal. Fuller's trod cloth with stale urine and fuller's earth to thicken it. Towns smelled like honesty with a strong opinion. The youngest sleeve mentions a fee and the oldest shushes him with an adult look. Brush and pegs, he says. Add a day at the wheel pit if the coracle man snag does what river snags like to do. Surprise arithmetic. You accept the bargain because pegs are a currency you have already budgeted. Then the lemon that lives inside the reeve strolls into conversation from the edge of the camp, attached to the man himself who has shown up at the correct time for once. He has learned a new trick, silence during negotiation. He watches your wrist learn the knot, watches the seal kiss the lead, watches the yellow hang not like a leash but like a bookmark. You look up and make the only ask that will keep the knot from turning into a chain by supper time. Write it down the right way. Courtesy pass, village service, expires with harvest moon. No levy of coin. Brush and pegs counted as fee. Bearer not retained to sleeves in winter. The clerk of threads is not really a clerk, but he can shape letters. He borrows the reeve's patience and the forester's memory and writes the sentence in a hand that will convince a wet afternoon. The beach drops one small husk as punctuation. Fringe lore sets its elbows on the bench to contribute something unhelpful and charming. Some dyers swear a knot tied while holding your breath keeps color fast. Others swear singing while you tie keeps moths away. You do neither, trusting woad, weld, and friendship. The dog who naps when politics begin accepts a scratch. His tail writes a minute. The man with the yellow ribbon smells of river and hinges. Not of order shouted from horseback. You cannot leave a place like this without paying something extra because days remember generosity. You offer the chest of threads a story, a map, and lay the colors where they belong so the men in sleeves can see how villages draw. Hedgehog post prickled with nails that stand for vows. Boundary stones tapped present with a whole hand. Not a finger owl doorway where ribs confessed. Causeway ribs that groan until pegs persuade them to hum. The biting lintel that eats worry into bite size. Blue and red at the fold where wolves read manners before appetite. Green on carts moving wool and milk even when rumor tries to be weather. And now yellow cut swallowtail for courtesy not higher. The oldest sleeve man listens like a field learning irrigation. Nods once and says if you meet our colors misbehaving, tell them this map and ask whose pasture they watered last. This is as close as sleeves come to humility. Historians still debate whether maps like yours ever changed policy or merely kept panic. Tidy. You vote again for tidy first, policy second, because styles that do not throw grandmothers are better than slogans. There is still the debt. The reeve will want to turn thread into account. He reaches for his lemon and does not remove it. Instead he says, soft, the barn will accept brush and pegs in threesomes, causeway, fold, ferry. Present the knot and the seal to the clerk under leaves and your debt will behave. He has discovered that generosity tastes better in his mouth than vinegar, which is progress for everybody's palate. Joke 3 proposes handing him a certificate for most improved stewardship. Embossed in woad. You settle for brief praise and the promise of a style delivered with panache but no audience. The forester adds the last hinge. You will wear yellow only when you escort brush, pegs, bells, maps, or people carrying any of the above. For everything else your own palette will do. He ties your knot a second time, then unties it, then asks you to do the same. Words you can undo are safer than words that glue themselves to you. The camp learns your wrist. The beach approves by not disapproving. You inventory your pockets anew. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints eager to supervise a ribbon. 1 lead seal that thinks it is a coin but will be a comma. 2 tree nails for banks that speak run on sentences, and a knot you can loosen without making a speech. On the way back you test the ribbon at 2 small boarders that like to act large. The rope men from Fair Day now posting themselves as helpers at the fork. They see the swallowtail, read courtesy not higher, and nod like men who have learned the trick of earning blue and red. Before yellow, the ferryman, sitting his or like a magistrate, takes your toll, the map, and taps the lead with his thumbnail as if listening to its accent. He smiles like a man who knows a fake seal when he meets one and enjoys meeting a modest true one instead. Mainstream bead lays one last plank for satisfaction. Some towns stamped cloth in their halls with a hammer die, a cloth seal, that later lets archaeologists map trade routes by tiny lead discs dug out of rivers and fields. Your little beast will not be dug up by scholars, you hope, because you plan to return it unbroken when harvest forgives your knot. You pass the biting lintel and feel its instructions settle ankles. You pass the owl doorway and speak present to ribs that will be red again tomorrow. You pass the hedgehog post and tie one rushlight that the stranger with the probationary relic now tends with decent humility. Evening combs itself through alder and you feel the daisy under your thumb ask for one last breath the length of courage. You give it. The knot sits light. The seal sits like punctuation. The day, pleased that thread became tool not chain, ties itself off neatly and keeps its color in the wash. The barn learns a new voice for morning, less grain, more arithmetic. And as you come at procession pace, the floor answers in dry clicks under boots like an abacus clearing its throat. The chest of ribs sits where the owl doorway can supervise. The clerk perches with lap board on a grain sack. The forester posts his counting stick by the door that remembers wolves. The alewife stands with a ladle dignified enough to swear witnesses. And the reeve arrives lemon line pressed flat, a book in his hand that would like to be scripture. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and narrow your lantern slit because proud light on sums is a boast you can't afford. The day is the reeve's great accounting, and everyone has brought a paragraph, ferryman with or that knocks verdicts. Miller powdered like a scandalized saint. Rope men from the fair now wearing usefulness instead of toll. The boy with nettle hair who raised hue and cry. Even the face carver with tree nails in a pocket like quiet tomorrows. Joke one leans over your ribs and suggests we call this spreadsheet Sunday. You hush it. The barn prefers would you can touch to tables you can't. Mainstream fact rolls out its steady cloth. Literally, the clerk snaps a checkered boardcloth over 2 barrels, black and white like a tame chess field, and lays counters in neat ranks. At Westminster the exchequer used such a cloth with tallies and counters to reckon the king's dues. Lesser halls borrowed the grammar, manorial reeves rendering compotus, stock in, stock out, works owed, works done. While clerks wrote pipe roll cousins in tight Latin. Counters hop, tallies click, and the owl hole looks like it is reading. Your sacking bundle opens. Red thread flags the shaved ribs. Blue marks the honest mislaid one. The forester lays each suspect to its mate and waits for the click that sounds like truth. 3 cough. The man who shaved them stands already at the fringe with his knife surrendered and his shoulders learning humility's weight. He owns his hand aloud, voice small as a bell clapper, and adds the names that hired him, yellowed sleeves who tried to recruit our fear. The rope men confirm with whole hand modesty. Their dog audits everybody's ankles, as not cheese acceptable. The clerk scratches a daisy in his margin because thinking likes petals, then writes brush, pegs, rushlight service in place of fine, and the barn breathes like a kiln that has found its right vent. Historians still debate what these little courts mostly did. Keep order or keep the idea of order tidy. Some read roles and see performance stitched to outcome, custom sung into being. Others find sharp teeth, immersements that turned weather into cash. Your morning votes for tidy first, teeth later. The hinge of mercy has already saved more hinges than any sermon. The Reeve opens his book and begins his recital in the liturgy of stock. 5 seams of barley at Martmas. 1 ox hired to the east ride. 6 days' boon work commuted to coin he coughs there. 2 new styles, yours, credited in iron and witness. You raise your ferryman's tally, red thread bright as a small oath, and the forester's cross at its end. The clerk sets a counter on the checker for each hinge hammered and each rushlight night at the hedgehog post. The Reeves lemon tries to wake when he reaches pavage collected, but Oakshade has a memory. The forged writ, the chirograph with teeth that did not marry. The yellow sleeves who learned yesterday that wax hates daylight. He bites the lemon back down and writes nil. Joke 2 whispers that we should add a line item, irregular kindness carrying balance forward. The alewife actually does, chalking it on a beam, and the barn pretends not to smile. Witnesses step in like pegs. The ferryman raps "Enter once," gavel that never went to school, and reports rushlight ladders set 3 dusks as agreed. 1 snag charmed by rope and modest songs, causeway groan reduced to a hum when tree nails read their commas. Out loud, the coracle man corroborates in sideways sentences. The miller offers a sack for gleaners if the kiln keeps its temper, which it does now that the miler sleeps like a disciplined dragon. The forester enters panage accounted with bells. Your sturdy alto and cynical tenor, snouts by household, mast shares chalked by place, not tree, and a note that wolves chose manners over appetite when blue and red fluttered at the fold. Fringe detail treads in with muddy feet and refuses to leave until it is heard. The swineherds counting rhyme, yen, tan, tethera, numbers that some shepherds use in the north where tongues keep. Older music. It makes exactly as much sense as the tally's teeth, which is to say, honest sense disguised as nonsense. The clerk writes it in the margin because barns are museums if you let them. Then come the plague rumors carried in with a pomander planet and a bowl of vinegar you named the patience stone. The clerk reads the quiet order you drafted at the green, 40 heartbeats at the ferry. Bread passed by ladle, travelers answered by gates not, glares. Green thread for work that must pass even when breath wants hedges. And the Reeve, who yesterday might have craved trumpet, surprises himself by keeping time instead. The face carver steps forward and lays his probationary reliquary under the owl doorway again. Guest, not king, ledgered by roster, weighed by works. Mainstream truth sets a plank beneath the moment. Reeves walked a ridge between parish and lord, sometimes elected by neighbors, sometimes appointed, often judged at audit by stewards with good memories. Whether Reeves chiefly protected their own or chiefly served extraction is a quarrel scholarly ink will never tire of. Charters sing one note, compotus another. Your Reeve stands on that ridge, right now, and the lemon in his pocket finally slips, just a little, when the steward's proxy rides in with a neat beard and a fussy parchment to ask why pavage revenue has evaporated. The quiet of the barn grows a spine. The forester says, voice like arithmetic that likes people because we mended the road in pegs and stiles, not coins. Because safety is more honest as work. Because your writ had 2 mouths and neither told the truth. The rope men nod. The boy with nettle hair raises hue and cry again. Not as noise as history. The clerk turns his board so the proxy can admire the checker where counters now sit hinges, bells, brush, rushlight nights, payments that make roads instead of headlines. The steward's proxy starts to choose haughty and then notices the oakshade, the hound. The oar, the daisy wheels scratched on beam and bench. He elects a smaller hat. Fee in brush accepted, he says. Pavage suspended where road mends itself. He glances sidelong at the reeve as if, asking why his lemon tastes odd today. Quirky detail raises a timid hand. The miller swears on his scoop that some reeves in far fields kept to count nuts. Drilled hazels strung on a cord, to thumb through while auditors watched. Worry beads for men who feared sums. Whether it helped or only polished hazel is unknown, but the gesture looked intelligent from a distance. The reeve does not have hazelnuts. He has you. He clears his throat like a man taking off a pair of too tight boots and says, "We will strike pavage and write pegs. We will weigh irregular kindness in brush not rumor. We will appoint the boy with nettle hair to hasp the chest he saved." And he reaches into his neat book with a shaky pen and actually writes it. Joke 3 bows and requests that we award the hound the title Chief Fragrance Officer with a stipend of rind. Carried by acclamation. Tail included. Mainstream bead sets one more sensible plank. Harriet a lord's due at death. Merchet a marriage fine. And tallage swam through these rooms like fish in a mill race. Some villages negotiated them down with stubbornness and saints' days. Others paid in silence. Whether that silence was prudence or fear is a sentence each parish writes alone. You write yours out loud. The clerk turns to the chest and reads the final clicks of the day. Honest ribs back in. Shaved ribs confessed and matched. 3 new styles named. The biting lintel lane credited for saved ankles policy by Art. The drowned causeway promised another load of brush before the next storm. Additions. The alewife takes a heel of lawful bread from a small loaf and breaks it into ninths again. Not miracle, ration mercy. She gives one to the proxy who earns it by swallowing like a polite man, one to the face carver, one to the boy, one to the reeve who eats shame properly with soup and no sermon. Outside, the rope men test your yellow swallowtail courtesy ribbon and it's loosening. Not red guest not bond, and nod like hedges learning to be gates. The clerk rolls up the checker cloth as if putting a winter away in a drawer, and the owl doorway blinks the barn shut in. Arithmetic. You inventory before you go. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints pleased with the day's punctuation, 1 lead seal that thinks it is a coin but behaves like a comma, 2 tree nails for commas on banks that still run on, and a lemon quietly demoted from central character to seasoning. As you step out, the village is already painting door marks and tying herb bunches because after numbers come thresholds. Tomorrow wants green doors and hex foils and dusk that sounds like bells on latches. You touch your staff where the daisy waits under your thumb and feel the breath you used to cross tea-brown water return for book-brown reckonings, and you walk away at procession pace with the barn's verdict in your bones. Accounts balanced in pegs, not pride. Writs with 2 mouths taught to chew humility. And a reeve who finally joined the choir instead of conducting from a lemon. The sky rubs iron filings into its sleeves and the river answers by clearing its throat in bass, which is how you learn before anyone says it that the snag the coracle man promised has finally remembered its ambition. You shorten the lantern slit to courtesy because proud light near water is a dare, and you lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, while your pockets take attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, keeping commas under your ribs, the yellow swallowtail ribbon tied in. The knot you can loosen without speeches, and the little lead seal that thinks it is a coin but behaves like a comma. The bank is already assembling like a sentence that knows the hard word is coming. Ferryman with or that knocks. Verdicts. Forester with counting stick and dog promoted to Chief Fragrance Officer by Rhine stipend. Rope men in their new color alphabet. The boy with nettle hair. The coracle man whose boat is a walnut sung into obedience. The alewife with vinegar bowl and a coil of rushlights. The face carver with a toad of tree nails and a plank that will bite worry into chewable pieces. The snag shows itself. Tree root fat as a boast, riding a lazy cobble under high brown water, prying at the ford's edge like a thief trying the latch in daylight. Joke one clears its throat and proposes we start a boutique specializing in artisanal river mischief. You pocket the joke because the vessel in front of you contains more intention than humor. Mainstream fact lays a sensible plank under your boots. Medieval folk tamed water with fascines. Bundles of brushwood bound tight, and with corduroy ways, logs laid crosswise in bog, and brotherhoods of bridge builders in parts of France, the fratres pontifices, took vows to maintain crossings as acts of mercy. Bridge chapels watch tolls learn manners. Whether your parish will ever have a brotherhood is beyond your purse, but you have brush and neighbors, which is the grammar mercy respects. The forester points with his whole hand to the stack of alder poles the rope men have bullied into tidiness. The ferryman nods, 1, 2, 3, his favorite music. Then raps the once, a gavel that never went to school. You set a line of fascines along the soft lip of the ford, shoving them under with stakes so they asterisk the bank where the root would like to lift. The rope men loop their newly honest cord around the snag and hum a working tune that is 80% rhythm and 20% apology to water. The coracle man sculls like a man ironing wrinkled sentences. Smooth, even, and you plant St. Hinge against your palm where the face carver hid the daisy under your thumb. Breath lengthens. Knees remember to apologize before they ask favors. Your map begins to sing. Hedgehog post, boundary stones, owl doorway, drowned causeway ribs that groan until commas teach them to hum, lintel that bites worry into bites, fold that learned blue and red before appetite. The yellow courtesy ribbon on your wrist lets the rides posted men on the far bank understand. Guest not bond, work not levy. They hold their horns and offer arms instead of fees, which is policy behaving like a good neighbor for a change. The snag pretends to be impressed by none of this, catches the fascines with a rude shoulder, and tries to wrench left to bite the miller's sluice. The dog sneezes twice, the auditors signal for complication, and the ferryman says, soft verbs, not proud light now. The coracle man bows to the river like a penitent with a paddle and lets the root ride his bow until the rope men can lead it toward the gravel where water is more sentence than exclamation. The forester drives deadman stakes with 3 thuds that feel like words a good clerk would choose. Hold, hold, hold. The alewife lights 3 rushlights and sticks them high on the hedgehog post, moons at eye level that do not boast, and ties blue and red below because color teaches posture. Faster than sermons. You test the new corduroy edge with your staff. The causeway answers with a groan that has forgotten its talent for drama and prefers engineering. Historians still debate whether rights of common, turbary, pannage, estovers, kept woods and waters sustainable by custom or frayed them thin by too many hands. Some read manorial by laws and see disciplined commoning with sanctions that worked. Others read bemoaning sermons and see appetite with a halo. Your day votes for the first. A snag can smash a winter into hunger. A circle of people can untie it into brush on a bank without asking a lord to invoice mercy. Fringe detail steps onto the wet stones with wet shoes and refuses to leave until you listen. The alewife brings a skep of bees to the landing and taps twice on the wicker. She tells them the village's news, snag to be moved, doors to be marked. A relic on probation under the owl doorway, a reeve on a lemon diet because bees must be told of births and deaths and changes if they are to stay. The ferryman tips his hat to them because river, and bees argue politely over who runs the world. You do not correct either because honey and crossings both keep saints employed. The snag stutters on gravel, flips like a speech that forgot its ending, and then lies down in the position every argument arrives at eventually. Horizontal and harmless. The boy with nettle hair who raised hue and cry first in hazel is allowed the honor of cutting the last loop. The root drifts away downstream, no longer bold enough to pretend it was a boat. Joke 2 taps your ribs, we should pin a warrant on it, banished for theft of leverage, but you save the ink for ledgers. The ferryman slings his or under his elbow like a bishop at ease, chooses a spot with a view of both bank and causeway, and says the sentence that is your village's true charter: we pay in pegs and breath, not coin and noise. The forester adds the hinge, and we count aloud while we set them. He raises his stick, you raise your tally with red thread. The rope men raise their new useful colors: blue, red, green, and that yellow in swallowtail that means guest. The miller raises a scoop because he knows humility when it saves his wheel. Mainstream truth contributes a plank the river won't mind. Open field villages planted in strips rotated, wheat, legumes, fallow, so soils could breathe. Sheep shuffled fertility back across. Ridges and meadows cut for hay kept cattle wintered. Bridges and fords were the pulse that let all this shuffle count. Whether your valley follows strict 3-field arithmetic or a looser 2, and sometimes 3 matters less than this, the crossing must work, or supper becomes weather. The rope men wedge the face carver's plank across the ditch where tired ankles invented litigation. The leaf mouth bites worry west. He adds the little fish breath notch under the lip so toes feel instruction without lectures. You hang one of the swine bells the bellwoman loaned to latches on the post because pork taught you that counting and music are cousins. The forester names this small work party for the record, and the clerk, who arrived without announcing because law walking is better than law sitting, draws one neat daisy on his board and tucks the line under it: fascine edge set, snag led, rushlight rung, bell hung, planks biting, ribbons learning to be grammar. The reeve, who is a different man when his lemon sleeps, reads the kind of order that pleases oakshade. Pavage nil where brush says yes. Green thread for carts bearing work. 40 heartbeats at the ferry. Vinegar bowl full. Boy with nettle hair to record names on oiled board, not for suspicion but for soup. The coracle man, never able to resist a flourish, taps his boat with a paddle the way some men tap tankards. The frog judge of your earlier night blurts approval from a puddle. You let yourself laugh because laughter is not an enemy when it behaves. From the far meadow a woman comes at quick slow, arms full of linen. She asks what toll the ford now levies for clean cloth. You hold up your ribbon and answer, brush and breath. She ties a little white square to the hedgehog post so someone's wedding and harvest will remember this day without arguments about who did the heavy lifting. The bees approve by making that low work noise you have come to trust. The ferryman claims his toll at dusk, the map, and you pay in words carried now as well by color. Hedgehog post prickled with nails and rushlight moons. Boundary stones tapped present by whole hand. Hellos, owl doorway with guest relic under roster. Causeway ribs that groan until pegs teach them to hum. Biting lintel that eats worry. Fold blue and red where wolves remember manners. Field edges walked like rogation in slippers. Vinegar stone shining like a little moon polite to money. He listens with his or an ear that belongs to water and nods a figure 8 yes that suggests banks hold memory if you bother to breathe near them. Historians still debate whether village watercourts ever existed formally or whether such council at landings were rituals of courtesy that nonetheless made law. You vote for ritual that makes law because today's brushwood will hold better than a proclamation nailed to a post. The alewife glances at the bees, at the rushlights, at the faces that have discovered their best features are hands, and declares enough soup to call this a sacrament even if the church would prefer a priest. Joke 3 allows itself to arrive, quiet, small, edible, and proposes we knight the snag for services rendered in reminding the village how to be a village. You award the title to the treenail you are about to tap into the causeway's comma instead. Sir, stay. Inventory before sleep because habit beats panic in years when rumors travel faster than carts. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip that will come home when the fold decides wolves are bored. 3 bent saints pleased with punctuation. Yellow ribbon that loosens when you tug it like a sentence. Eager to be edited, lead seal comma that keeps its accent. 1 pomander planet for when breath needs nursery smells. 2 treenails promoted to full stops on a bank. And bees that have been told the news and, therefore, will stay. You pass the biting lintel and feel your pace repair itself. You pass the owl doorway and whisper present to ribs that will be red again. You pass the hedgehog post and see 3 rushlights doing modest astronomy. The night combs itself smooth and the river, which wanted to write in capital letters, settles back into its patient lowercase. You walk home at procession pace under a sky that has decided to be iron-friendly rather than iron-dramatic, and you carry a verdict in your bones that will be needed tomorrow under leaves, bridge brotherhood or no. This parish now recruits the world with brush and hinges, not with seals that chew twice. And your map, which began as survival, is turning into law. The day wakes as a procession already halfway to its first amen. Hedges beaded with dew like the village put pearls on to remember its lines. And you step out at procession pace with your pockets taking attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip stubbornly promising tomorrow even while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs, and the yellow swallowtail ribbon tied in the knot you can loosen without speeches. The clerk has chalked a mild map on the green that is less picture than reminder, and the alewife has set the vinegar bowl, the patience stone, under the hedgehog ferry post so coins can learn. Manners if they insist on attending. Rogation, someone says, in a tone that remembers bread and mercy, and the forester answers with his counting stick voice, beating the bounds, not the neighbors. You lift your whole hand. No pointing pricks, and the line forms, children in front because knees forgive. Old shoulders under crosses made of rods. The bell woman with 2 small swine bells to turn counting into. Yes. The boy with nettle hair carrying the little board that will take names for soup. Not suspicion. The rope men wearing usefulness as livery. The reeve with his lemon asleep for once. The face carver with treenails and a knife that never learned to lie. The ferryman at the flank, or across his shoulder like a quiet banner. The hound, chief fragrance officer, promoted by rind and dignity. Mainstream fact climbs onto a field stone and speaks, without showing off, rogation days, litanies of intercession before ascension. Walked parishes in prayer, beating the bounds with wands to make memory live in bodies. Boys were bumped or birchied at stones so the map would stick. Psalms met property, and fields were blessed with smoke and speech. Whether those rounds chiefly guarded law or chiefly guarded rainfall is an argument that likes to walk as well. Scholars still debate if the right was jurisdiction with hymns or irrigation with hope. You vote for both at a measured tempo. You begin at the owl doorway because ledgers deserve the first hello. The guest reliquary stays under its arch, probationary bone with roster. Rushlight ribbon beside it still doing modest astronomy. You touch stone with 5-finger palm and say present, not as theater as attendance. The boy writes owl on his little board as if listing a friend. At the lane with the biting lintel you scratch. With your thumbnail, the little fish breath notch under a leaf so ankles will feel instruction without needing a sermon. And you rest a rushlight there for later. Not to boast, to remind. Joke 1 proposes appointing you secretary of ankles with a wreath of nettles. You accept the title internally and decline the wreath. At the fold the hound trots ahead to sniff the mended gap. Blue and red bind the wattle like a polite treaty, and the swine bells make a shy two-note chord that sounds like a choir practicing kindness. You mark the post with your whole hand, say present, and the sheep blink with that sagacity they lend to human meetings when they do not file complaints. Fringe detail, delighted to be outdoors, contributes a right. Two women tap their children lightly against the boundary oak, bumping for memory, laughing because wisdom that starts as a game travels faster to adult bones. You do not scold. Oaks approve games that teach. The drowned causeway receives you with a groan that has learned humility. You recite the Kyrie in the key that kept Pete civil. And the coracle man, who has become a minor saint of the comma, points out where yesterday's fascines taught the bank a new sentence. You lay two tree nails on the shore as punctuation and not offering. The tree nails will travel later into ribs where commas, not capital letters, keep feet alive. The ferryman takes your toll in the currency he favors, map, and you pay as you walk, naming waymarks the way others name saints. Hedgehog post prickled with nails and rushlight moons. Boundary stones tapped present by whole hands and not by horns. Owl doorway breathing ledgers. Causeway ribs that groan until pegs teach them to hum. Biting lintel that eats worry into bites. Fold colored blue and red so wolves read manners before appetite. Vinegar stone shining like a little moon polite to money. He nods once. The ore seems to weigh less. Mainstream bead places a sober ladder under the day. Parish perambulations sometimes ended at gospel trees, where readings marked corners. In other places, crosses or stones with incised lines kept memory honest. Whether such markers froze borders or gave neighbors a script for polite argument is a page historians still scribble in the margins of. Your border today has the decency to be both a mark and a conversation. At the east hedge, the forester halts the line and raises his stick. Stone gone. The place where a squarish witness should stand wears only grass learning to pretend it never had a duty. You kneel, feel the ground's grammar with your palm. It lacks the pressure bruise a century leaves. Fresh theft. The hound sniffs, sneezes, files, not cheese, bad policy. The rope men fan out in a half moon, sleeves quiet, and the face carver squints at bark where a stone might have scraped. The tree shows a new wound bright as a child's first lie. The clerk draws a daisy on his board because thinking likes petals when temper arrives. You carry the line along the hedge to where the land dips, and there, tilted like a book left on the wrong shelf, the boundary stone sulks with a new beast carved upon it. A dog from heraldry that learned arrogance from wax. The same creature that pressed the ride's little seals into lead. The cut is fresh enough to smell of chalk and borrowed authority. Joke 2 asks, very small, whether the beast would be less fearsome if someone scratched a flea on its ear. You decline vandalism and choose verbs. The forester speaks first. Quiet as bread, set it back. But we will not erase the beast. We will write around it. The face carver runs his finger along the edge and finds chisels where knives should be. He whistles the softest possible note that means, to those who know him, this is a job of inches and witnesses, not of victory songs. Mainstream truth steps near with a clerkly face. Stone moves were accused often. Monasteries and lords both blamed. Perambulation suits fill roles. Whether most moves were honest corrections or quiet thefts is another debate that refuses an easy verdict. You lift your whole hand and ask the rope men to fetch levers. You tie blue and red on hazel poles so color will attend the labor. You set the yellow swallowtail on your wrist so posted men, if they arrive, will read guest. Not bond. You ask 3 children to watch and remember with their knees 1 bump each. Laws ancient mnemonic, and you call the ferryman to tell the bees because boundary news belongs to hives as well as to men. The alewife taps the skep twice. The bees register the docket. You and the forester lever the stone home while the face carver sets pebbles like consonants under its syllable. Then he cuts, light, quick, honest, the little fish breath notch on the hedge side, and a hex foil daisy on the top. Not huge, just enough to tell knees and eyes whose grammar is welcome here. You do not scratch the beast out. You add a small word beside its mouth, no. The clerk writes the act in his lap board. Stone replaced, beast acknowledged and educated, children bumped, bees informed, and the reeve does not reach for his lemon. He says fee in brush accepted, and brush is pledged at once. Fringe lore, pleased to be useful, adds that some men set cuckoo stones to trap spring in a parish all year. Whether it worked is doubtful, but people liked the idea that singing could be convinced to stay. You file the fancy under nice if true and go on. The line finishes its round with a gospel at a hawthorn. Clerk reading a psalm while the bellwoman's brass says yes. The boy with nettle hair writes haw on his board with pride of a man who owns a syllable. The rope men tie a little green with blue and red because wool and boundary and law have learned to get along in this parish. You come back to the green as if returning to a sentence learning to end well, soup practicing steam, the guest reliquary behaving itself under the owl arch, the vinegar bowl proud of how many coins learned patience today, and then hooves. 4, 8, 12, like punctuation you did not order. The Eastern ride arrives not as a rope squad but as a letter, a man in matching sleeves who prefers documents to drama, seal cases at his belt that do not smell counterfeit, a clerk beside him whose quill is sharp enough to shave pride. He bows whole hand, which means someone taught him manners, and reads, not loudly, with the confidence of a man who believes paper can afford to whisper. The justices in air will sit in forest at Michaelmas. View of vert and venison, regard of all purprestures and assarts, trespasses of pannage and estovers, roads and rivers to be seen. Customs may be proved, grievances laid, pavage claims to be examined, false charters to be voided or fined. Mainstream bead steadies your stomach, forest airs, rolling royal courts, did exactly this terrifying villages every few years. Whether they preserved woods or punished neighbors is a page scholars annotate with sighs. The clerk from the ride adds, not unkindly, that frank pledge and hue and cry will be praised where they worked and punished where they slept. The reeve's lemon wakes in his pocket and then, miracle of small practice, goes back to sleep. The forester stands with his stick not like a weapon, like a staff that knows its verbs. The ferryman makes a figure 8 with his or as if signing, for receipt of the news. The face carver's thumb finds his knife spine and stays there. A man prepared to carve fish breath on any bench that forgets ankles. Joke 3 touches your sleeve and proposes founding a choir, called the mild arguments to sing in court. You smile small because small is all the day has room for. The rides man says papers and proofs to be brought. Maps too, if you draw them with your feet. Witnesses to your quiet orders. Your patience stones. Your bells on latches. Your rushlight ladders. Bring them, and bring the stone with the beast only if you moved it. The village looks at you because you have been carrying the map in your mouth for weeks, and your thumb finds the daisy the face carver tucked there so breath can lengthen on command. You answer, not proud, present. Oakshade will hear you in autumn. The hedgehog post will keep its moons. The causeway will hum commas. The guest bone will behave or leave. The ribbon on your wrist will loosen if it forgets it is courtesy, not chain. You take the summons like a plank you can walk. And the day closes, not with collapse, with a hinge, a court coming that may try to rename the forest, and a parish ready to argue in the language it has learned this whole part. Brush, pegs, bells, breath, and maps drawn by feet.